It was another busy week here at the White House delivering results for you, the American people. Let's dive into how we made America great again this week with another Maga Minute. The president implemented a federal takeover of Washington, D.C. to restore law and order following years of out-of-control crime that has already yielded more than 100 arrests for firearm offenses, narcotics, assaults, and homicides. President Trump visited the Kennedy Center, where he delivered remarks and unveiled the 2025 Kennedy Center Honors nominees. John Deere, Ford, GE, and AbbVie announced billions of dollars of new investments in the United States, and small business sentiment reached a 5-month high this month. The July inflation report came in below expectations, with real wages having risen every single month since President Trump took office. That means more money in your pocket. The president announced that there will be no tariffs on gold. 110,000 Americans have applied for jobs at ICE since it began its recruiting effort. And if you're interested, check out join.ice.gov for more info. Pending claims at the Department of Veteran Affairs are now down 37% since President Trump took office, because our nation's veterans deserve better. Director of National Intelligence Tulsi Gabbard declassified more documents exposing the Russia hoax, and former DNI James Clapper, who abused his office in historic fashion. And in addition, FBI Director Kash Patel revealed that disgraced Senator Adam Schiff leaked classified intelligence to shape political narratives in his attempt to hurt President Trump. The president is now on his way to Alaska for a historic bilateral meeting with Russian President Vladimir Putin in the hopes of ending this brutal war, and he will keep you posted on how that goes. I know you're not tired of winning yet, and neither are we. Make sure you tune in for more updates on next week's Maga Minute.
tell myself I'm over you, 'cause I'm the king of wishful thinking. I'm the king of wishful thinking. Over you, I know I will. You made a hole in my heart. But I won't shed a tear for you. I'll be the king of wishful thinking. I get over you, I pretend my heart's still beating. I've got no more tears for you. I'm the king of wishful thinking. You made a hole in my heart.
The world will be going into a martial law. That is imminent. That is evident. People might ask, well, what about the homeless? Well, the homeless. What do you think Trump and military are doing right now? They are cleaning the streets for the protection and safety of the homeless. They are being placed somewhere. The military's in control. This is all about safety, protection for humanity. Military's there not only to clean up the swamp off the streets, they are there for chaos control. Everyone who was involved with crimes against humanity and everything else nefarious under the sun will be removed, and the streets need to be cleared for that. This is not just a U.S. event. This is a worldwide event, and military are coming to a country near you to clean up your streets. It's coming. Don't fear, because the military is placed for safety and protection for you. Get ready to be giving glory to God.
Now, Russian media has been reporting since then that there was a car for President Putin. It's called an Urus. It was there on the tarmac, according to Russian media, waiting for him. Now, one of our great producers, Russia expert, was looking at the video herself and saw that vehicle on the tarmac, saw that Urus. So she able to confirm simply from the video that there was a car there that should have been carrying President Putin. So two pieces of this, Tom. One, that the Russian journalists are reporting that the plan was that President Putin would take his own vehicle, and that one of our own great colleagues has seen that vehicle there. All of that will raise the question, why did President Putin get in the beast with President Trump? Was he invited by President Trump? Did he just choose to do it? Was it his plan? How did he manage to get himself in that vehicle, as you guys have been talking about, for an immediate bilateral with President Trump, with, we have to assume, potentially no interpreter, no note taker, and again, meeting when President Trump and President Putin met during the first term, and there were no note takers there, and perhaps even not a US interpreter, that caused controversy. We will be talking about what happened in that car for weeks, months, maybe longer.
I'm sure there's definitely no corruption here. Gavin Newsom and his wife have received more than $700,000 from California's largest public utility company, PG&E, $300,000 of which have gone to Gavin's wife's charity organization. Now, you may have heard of PG&E because over the last decade, they've started a number of fires in California, which have caused around, $30 billion in estimated damages and killed over 100 people. Despite the horrific destruction, the California Public Utilities Commission have barely penalized the company. The biggest fine the company has faced was $200 million for fires they started in 2017 and 18. Now, it's nowhere near the penalty they should have gotten, but at least it's something, and oh no, it got waived. Just a couple days after the fine was imposed, the California Public Utilities Commission board voted to unanimously waive the fine. Oh, shucks. Hey, by the way, who appoints that board? Oh, it's the governor who coincidentally's wife's charity got hundreds of thousands of dollars from the company that just got let off the hook. How interesting. But of course, despite that clear coincidence,
Gabbard this week talked about the fact that aliens could be real and she might want to declassify a few things. Now, all I can tell you is what I know, Duffy. We know the drones are not from New Jersey because they've been using their blinkers. Now what?
Well, first off, Jimmy, saw the drones. The drones were real, right? I don't think we had the accoutrements in position to actually see what that was. But
Okay.
but say what? I just want to be really clear. I haven't had the alien briefing yet, but I've asked for it.
Okay.
So I can't comment on it. And I can't wait to come back and talk about the highly classified information on your show. I'm going to get in this briefing. And by the way, I'm kidding. I'm not going to do that. But actually, you know what I do? I mean, I think we're in a space right now in America that we want transparency. I mean, people do, you know, and there's decisions that have to be made. But as much as if feasibly possible, we want to share as much information with the American people.
What Solomon is revealing today is the same story, different players. He's reporting now that the FBI director, Kash Patel, has just uncovered a memo that appears to show top DOJ and FBI officials obstructing an investigation into allegations of corruption against Bill and Hillary Clinton's family foundation, known as the Clinton Foundation.
What is objectively a woman?
What is a chair, Charlie?
Well, a chair is what a human being sits on when answering questions from confused transactivists at University of North Texas.
For you. Why does your face look like that?
I'm sorry.
Why does your face look like that?
Are you're the one saying that to me?
If you only have one partner, you're not going to think about other people. But I actually feel like that might make you wonder even more.
I would always be wondering what I was missing and did I miss out on something good?
Looking around, I can't say that I think I'm missing much.
Zohran Mamdani eating rice with his hands. That's indefensible, totally disqualifying, should never run for anything ever, except maybe mayor of Gaza.
Gavin Damien, I am non-binary. I am here with the Alliance.
Yeah. Guys, hold on 1 sec. Let's do something that liberals never do to us. Let's give him, him.
So have you heard about this modern day mystery that's happening in Nashua, New Hampshire? It's really kind of bizarre. Earlier this year, a Chinese company bought a piece of land in Nashua. It's essentially an empty warehouse, but now local experts and officials are telling us that they're worried that there might be national security concerns here. So Nongfu Springs is China's biggest water packaging supplier. They're owned by a man named Zhang Shangsheng, and according to Forbes, he's China's wealthiest man. So here is where the mystery is. We talked to literally anyone and everyone who would speak to us, and quite literally nobody could answer a simple question, which is, why did this company buy the property for $67 million when it was assessed at being worth $15 million? Congresswoman Maggie Goodlander told us that she's pretty concerned about this too, especially because it's within 100 miles, the property that is, of important military bases like Joint Base Cape Cod and the New Boston Space Station. So she's asking the Treasury Department to retroactively look into the sale of this property. We did a whole investigation into what was happening here. You can watch it in full up on our website, WMUR.com, and read all about our investigation. All you really have to do is search Nashua and Nongfu Springs, and it should come up.
I got my first real six string, bought it at the 5 and dime, played it till my fingers bled, was the summer of '69, me and some guys from school had a band and we tried real hard, Jimmy quit and Jody got married.
So today is the 60th anniversary of Executive Order 11110, signed on 6/4/1963 by JFK. It backed the $2 and the $5 bill. 25 equals Jack. They called him Jack. And it was backed by $4 billion worth of silver. The very next day, on 11/23/1963, after they shot and killed JFK, they got rid of Executive Order 11110. Now, DARPA had a program called LifeLock. It shut down and went away on June 4th, 2004. 41 years after Executive Order 1110, you know it as faceplant. Because Facebook, they didn't have to lock down your life. You were going to do it for them. So, what's that guy's name that runs that place? Mark Zuckerberg? Wrong. That would be Mark Greenberg, and his cousin is Edward Snowden. Trust the plan 174. When you know 174, fight the good fight 174.
Towards doing that.
Okay, so first, let me just take one big thing. Actually, not a wonky detail. So, I believe that that it is possible that scientific research, sponsored in part by the NIH, but also lots of other entities, including the Chinese government, may have been the cause of the pandemic. There's a lot of people who just have fights over this. I'm not going to get too deep into the fights over this, but I will say is that the kinds of biological exercises people did in order to try to prevent a pandemic, go find viruses in weird bat caves, bring them into city centers, and then augment their capacity to infect humans. The reason why they did that was, I think, they were arguing that we needed to do that in order to prepare just in case a pandemic happens. But I think no matter what you believe about whether the cause of the pandemic was this kind of research, I think everyone can agree that kind of research is potentially very dangerous. So it's right. I mean, why was it mandated for young men? Why is the COVID vaccine, when we knew relatively early on that it causes myocarditis at some rate? We can argue about the rate. Makes no sense. Like when we knew, again, relatively early on that it didn't stop you from getting or spreading COVID, why were we telling people that as if that we should act as if it does?
Right.
Right. It was very frustrating. Because I was reading the scientific evidence saying that things like this, and that's what the scientific evidence was saying. And yet, if you said those things in public, you were cast as an anti-vaxxer. It's not anti-vax to say, here's what the scientific evidence says. Here's the situations when it's beneficial to use this vaccine. Here's the situations when it's less likely beneficial. Here's what we know, and here's what we don't know. Right? I advocated during the pandemic for older people to take the vaccine. I didn't advocate to force older people to take it. I was actually relieved when my mom took the vaccine in March of 2021. For me personally, I took it. but I was indifferent.
The cost of living 1972. Back then, a brand new home went for around $27,600, and a cozy 2-bedroom apartment rented for only $165 a month. Gas was just 36 cents a gallon, less than $6 to fill even the biggest tank. At the grocery store, a few dollars went a long way. Bananas were 12 cents a pound, peanut butter 79 cents a jar, and a package of hot dogs 55 cents. A half gallon of ice cream was 88 cents, pound of cheddar cheese $1.29, and a box of saltine crackers only $0.49. A 6-pack of Coke 59 cents. Household essentials felt sturdy, built to last. A $29.95 rotary phone, a $135 black and white TV, or a $55 Polaroid camera for instant snapshots. Entertainment had its own magic. Movie tickets cost $1.75, a vinyl record album was $5.50, and a pack of baseball cards was just 10 cents. Drive-in theaters were packed on summer nights, and the first home video game, Pong, was making headlines. 1972 was the golden age of analog America. Life was simpler, prices kinder. Comment your birth decade. We'll feature one in the next video.
All right, let's talk about something you probably haven't seen on the news. And trust me, that's not an accident. On August 15th, Tom Alexandrovich, the director of Israel's National Cyber Directorate, was arrested in Las Vegas during a sting operation targeting child predators. That's right, one of Israel's top cyber officials, in town for a security conference, was picked up along with 7 other suspects, all facing felony charges for allegedly trying to lure minors online. Now here's where it gets murky. After being detained and questioned, Alexandrovich was released and quietly flew back to Israel. Official statements say he wasn't arrested and that the whole thing was unrelated to his job. But let's be real, if this were any regular person, would they just walk away? This isn't an isolated story. Over 60 suspected sex offenders have escaped justice in the US by fleeing to Israel, sometimes with help from community networks and often using Israel's law of return. This law gives anyone with Jewish heritage near automatic citizenship with barely any checks. And extradition? Israel rarely sends its own citizens back to face trial, even for serious crimes like this. So, why isn't anyone talking about this? Media coverage on the latest case has been almost non-existent. No headlines, no outrage. When powerful people exploit legal loopholes, silence becomes part of the system. We need to ask harder questions and demand answers. Because if the law protects the powerful and leaves victims behind, who's actually being served? If you want more deep dives into stories the mainstream ignores, hit subscribe and let's pull back the curtain together.
This happened to be a coincidence.
There is no way this was a coincidence. This was widely publicized that the governor and many of our other elected officials were having a press conference here to talk about redistricting, and they decided they were going to come and thumb their nose in front of the governor's face. Why would you do that? That is unbelievably disrespectful. It's a provocative act. They're talking about disorder in Los Angeles, and they are the source of the disorder in Los Angeles right now. This is just completely unacceptable. This is a administration, this is a Customs and Border Patrol that has gone amok. This absolutely has to stop. There was no danger here. There was no need to detain anyone here. And there was certainly no need to have a provocative act right here where the governor is having a press.
I watched a video a little while ago, and they were talking about them remodeling Gitmo. Well, let me tell you something. I work on the waterfront here in Northeast Florida. They have already remodeled Gitmo. I know because I sent over a lot of the supplies when Trump was in office the first time. We sent over all the building supplies to where they remodeled the whole place. Then when they got through with the remodeling, they supplied it with new beds, bedding, fully kitchen, the whole bit, all of it. It's all been remodeled when Trump was in office the first time. They've been using it, folks. Our military's been over there. So don't think Gitmo hadn't been being used, because it is. And it's being used today. And I guarantee it, there's immigrants over there. There might even be some politicians we don't know about. Don't know. Who's to say? But I can tell you now, the place has already been remodeled. I'll see you folks on the flip side. God bless America and God bless the American people.
want the one I'm not supposed to say out loud? Cool, here it is. You've never lived in a singular timeline. Your consciousness is a roaming signal, not a fixed point. And the world, the one you think is solid, is a composite of overlapping data fields that only feel coherent because your brain keeps choosing to see one version at a time. Now here's the actual conspiracy. Open quote. The planet isn't a globe, or flat, or hollow. It's a kept projected harmonic resonance chamber, a layered multidimensional broadcasting station that changes its form based on the collective frequency of the beings inhabiting it. Close quote. And here's the wild part. All of your memories, deja vu, weird dreams, false nostalgia, strange connections to places you've never been, those aren't spiritual symptoms. Those are signal bleed from timelines your consciousness is already linked to. You remember things that didn't happen in this timeline because they happened in another one. That's still running. Every glitch you've ever noticed, every Mandela effect, that moment where you swore something had to be different, you weren't wrong. You just didn't slide cleanly. And this is where it gets dangerous. There are entire institutions, hidden programs, maybe even AIs, dedicated to keeping your signal tethered to the lowest vibration version of Earth possible. Because if you remembered that you could shift timelines at will, if you remembered how to literally jump through the matrix via your internal frequency tuning, you wouldn't need their systems. You wouldn't obey. You wouldn't fear death. You'd remember you're a multidimensional being piloting a light suit inside a dream loop. So they use trauma, they use screens, they use noise, routine, heartbreak, scrolling, fear, money, food, laws, weather, shame, anything they can to muddy your signal. So if I believe anything with my whole existence, it's that the real conspiracy isn't that we're being watched. It's that we're being anchored so we forget how to fly. And most people are so deep in the trance they think I'm crazy for reminding them they have wings.
Your election was rigged because you have mail-in voting. He said mail-in voting every election. He said no country has mail-in voting. It's impossible to have mail-in voting and have honest elections. And he said that to me. It was very interesting because we talked about 2020. He said, you won that election by so much. And that's how he got it. He said, and if you would have won, we wouldn't have had a war. You'd have all these millions of people alive now instead of dead. And he said, and you lost it because of mail-in voting. It was a rigged election. But mail-in voting, Sean, the politicians, I think I'm going to make it a big, I know the answer is that Jimmy Carter, years ago, along with Scoop Jackson and some others, they had a committee, respected people, good committee, Jimmy Carter, good guy. You know, he's a good man. And the conclusion was you can't have mail-in voting. We have mail-in voting. It's so dishonest. They send stuff. Some people get 7 ballots. Look at California with that horrible governor they have. He's one of the worst governors in history. He's incompetent. He doesn't know what he's doing. They send out like 38 million ballots. Some people get 5, 6, 7. But Vladimir Putin, smart guy, said you can't have an honest election with mail-in voting. And he said there's not a country in the world that uses it now.
Oh, I would love to see election reform.
Well, we have to do it. I don't know why we're not doing it.
No,
and you bring it up. The Democrats don't want it. Look, the Republicans want it, but not strongly enough. I mean, they got to want it strong because it can't be honest. It goes through a postman. It goes through somebody else. You know, when you go to a really well-run voting booth, you go in. You have to hand a card, a picture, or this, or that. You don't have everything perfect. You get sent back. Go get it. It's very hard to do something fraudulent with a vote.
Paper ballots.
Mail-in voting, they give you boxes of stuff. You have no idea where they came from. This mail-in voting, you can't have a great democracy, republic. You can't have it. Well, maybe that's why we're going to end up with a communist mayor in New York. I don't know. He probably is very happy with mail-in voting. But you can't have a great democracy with mail-in voting.
I come in then years later, nearly a decade as a director of the FBI, thinking we uncovered most of it. But sadly, we found a room locked away in the Hoover building that contained burn bags. And just for your audience, Sean, a burn bag is a government bag that is specifically created to destroy classified evidence and shred and burn it, hence the name burn bag. We didn't find one, we found 7. That wasn't the only thing we found in there. We found hard drives from our predecessors and prior FBI leadership.
One of the organizations that received grant money from FireAid to the sum of $250,000 was the Clooney Foundation for Justice. This is the nonprofit that George and Amal Clooney founded in 2016, and this is what they do. We wage justice by providing free legal aid in defense of free speech and women's rights in more than 40 countries. We monitor and report on unfair trials, challenge unjust laws in courts, establish legal aid clinics for the most vulnerable, and support the next generation of gender justice champions. Now, I stumbled upon this because I was looking into their foundation over something completely different and saw that one of their major supporters happens to be the Annenberg Foundation, among others. Now, I will add that the Los Angeles Times did report that they received FireAid money, so this isn't like a big secret, but it says this, yes, the George Clooney Foundation for Justice received $250,000 grant from FireAid. This grant was used primarily for disaster case management to survivors, helping them navigate the FEMA bureaucracy, according to the LA Times. Did anyone receive legal aid from them? Is this the best use of the money to go? And like I've said earlier, it's all connected. Like they're all connected. They all know each other. It's like they've just picked nonprofits that are frenzies with each other, and they're like, here, you get money, and you get money, and just say that you're helping in this way or the other way. Is this the best use of $250,000 worth of grant money? Because I feel like it's not. That's just me.
I'm out of there. It's over. I'm out of there. This isn't my war. This is Biden's war. This is Biden screwed this up, just like he did with Afghanistan with that horrible retreat. And the way he did it, I'll never forget it. That was the most embarrassing day in the history of our country. Well, this is Biden's war, too. This is a war that should have never happened. I saw it for 4 years. It didn't happen. And I understand Putin. It was the apple of his eye. Ukraine was the apple of his eye. There was no way he was going to move on it. I'll tell you, you have a very similar thing with President Xi of China and Taiwan. But I don't believe there's any way it's going to happen as long as I'm here. We'll see. He told me, I will never do it as long as you're president. That's President Xi told me that. And I said, well, I appreciate that. But he also said, but I am very patient, and China is very patient. I said, well, that's up to you, but it better not happen now.
What's your biggest insecurity?
Forgetting something I should know.
Will you run for president?
Not running for president.
What's more dangerous, ignorance or apathy in voters?
Oh, apathy for sure.
Should there be a maximum age to be president?
No.
What is a worse policy idea, universal basic income or open borders?
Open borders.
One government agency you'd shut down right away.
Oh, that's a great one. Department of Education.
Would you rather have dinner with AOC or Bernie?
AOC.
Is it a sin to fly Spirit Airlines?
A sin? No. But whoever started Spirit Airlines is in great defiance to God.
What's worse for society, weed or... Do you think you could win in a fist fight against Gavin Newsom?
Probably not. If I'm being honest, I don't think so.
Do you believe in aliens?
Maybe.
Debate or a podcast?
I like this. I like podcast. It's way better. It's more human.
Censorship or chaos? What's more destructive?
Censorship, without a doubt. Absolutely.
Do you have a random pet peeve?
I have a lot of pet peeves, actually. One of my pet peeves that I literally cannot stand is when I'm trying to talk to somebody and then they check their phone.
So why do you care so much about other individuals living their lives? Why is it affecting you? Do you have something up your ass or something?
Well, I can throw that right back at you. Why do you care so much about what I have to say?
Because you're affecting other people's rights. You're taking away people's choices. You are hurting people. Read the Constitution.
What rights am I taking away exactly?
You're trying to take away gender-affirming care for individuals. You are affecting abortion rights. You are hurting people.
Got it. So what is a woman?
What is a woman? It's what people identify as. Is a gender. Sex is different. Sex is different from gender.
So can anyone be a woman?
Yes.
At what point do you know you're looking at a woman?
Doesn't matter when you are looking at a woman. You don't have to look at a woman and immediately tell. Can you tell looking at a baby what gender they are without looking at their privates? Tell me that.
Sometimes.
Sometimes. What about that baby is different?
But hold on. By the time they're 6 months old, you can actually tell a young boy tends to gravitate more towards balls and remotes.
That's because it's gender affirming. That is convincing individuals at a young age. You are socializing, putting them in situations where they want certain different things. Let's look at. So let's say you were a little kid and your parents taught you to like pink. Let's actually look back in time. Pink actually used.
So you say that I'm here to take people's rights away.
Yes.
That is your main contention.
Yes, because
Right.
you are affecting the LGBT. You are affecting women's rights. If I was pregnant, oh wait, let's go back to this. Abortion is anything. If I had a cyst on my uterus, that would be considered an abortion. No, it's not. Yes, it is.
No, it's not.
Yes, it is. Look at. Okay, anything that is involving the uterus.
Well, no. In order for it to be an abortion, it must be a human life.
No. Anything
Yes.
that's involving the uterus and you have to get rid of it, it is considered abortion.
No, that's
Yes,
not how.
it
That's
is.
not how it works. So again, you say I'm here to take rights away.
Yes.
Do you agree life is a right?
I feel like if it's a clump of cells, then it's not alive.
No. But let's go back. Do you think every human being has a right to life?
Depending on how many weeks, but let's.
So wait, hold on. Who's trying to take rights away? I want to protect the rights of all human beings. You call them a clump of cells. Who's trying to take rights away? Exactly.
So when is it a human being in your mind? When is it a human being in your mind?
Well, it's not even on my mind. Human development objectively begins at conception.
At conception. So even if I had a miscarriage, what are you going to say about that?
It's a tragedy.
It's a tragedy?
Yes.
Okay, then let's talk about, like, what if it's affecting the woman or anybody who is pregnant in this situation? What if they're going to die and they have to get an abortion? That's the only way they're going to live. Are they going to be f***ed over?
Well, hold on. Just so we're clear, that's only a couple thousand cases a year.
No.
And so, yes, it is.
Have you seen
But-
how many individuals have already died because they haven't been able to get abortion care?
Abortion in the life of the mother can be put aside as something that needs to be considered. However, it's not always necessary. But let's talk about the main thing, because there's over 1.5 million abortions every single year that don't involve rape, incest, or life of the mother. 1.5 million.
Yes,
But let's just ask you a very simple question. When does human life begin?
When does human life, in my personal opinion, is going to start around the second trimester, a little more farther along. But let's get to this. Most individuals that are having abortions are going to be mothers that cannot afford it. They usually have already 2 to 3 kids and a lot of time.
So it's acceptable to be able to murder your young if all of a sudden you don't have the money to support them. That you can murder your offspring if you're poor.
So in the first couple weeks, even though it's still not fully developed, doesn't even have a heartbeat, doesn't even have brain
Development
activity.
does not equal dignity. A human being is a human being regardless of the process of development that it is in. Period. And so who's trying to take rights away? I actually want more human beings to
Then
be
why
born.
are you affecting LGBT?
Well, hold on. We're talking. Let me finish.
This is the most obnoxious liberal that Charlie Kirk has ever debated. Because when he started losing, his final response exposed the pathetic immaturity of the left.
I love the show. I listen all the time. No joke. I've been listening to about 5 to 10 hours a week of conservative talk radio since the summer of 2008. Yeah, that's just as a fun. I just there was something going on the summer of 2008. I can't remember. This new lady was breaking out onto the scene, big conservative star. Is she still in the party? She was a governor of Alaska. I can't remember her name. Hold on. Sarah something. No. Anyway, my question is really quick. I'll be really brief. I would love it if you could just name 2 black Republican senators.
Well, there is one that I know of, Tim Scott.
Yeah. Can you name a second one?
I'm not sure there is a second. Maybe you could correct me if I'm wrong.
No, there's not. No, there's not.
Yeah,
No,
so it's
no.
a trick question.
Yeah.
How about this? Can you name me the only black Supreme Court justice? Actually, there's two of them.
Well, it's not a trick question. It's a question to try to prove a point. So other than
What-
Byron
what-
Donalds,
what's the point?
Donalds, can you name another
Yes,
black Republican congressperson?
Yeah, Wesley Hunt.
Okay. Do you know what the percentage of black Republican representation in the Republican side of Congress is? Do you know what that number is?
It's not very high.
It's not very high. No, it's about a fraction of a fraction of a
hold
single
on. But
percent.
okay, that's interesting.
No, but I'm curious because I've heard you in other videos. You say, what's the total black population of the United States?
It's
Roughly
13%.
So
yeah.
13 to 14% of the constituents are represented by 0.001% on your side. Now, I'm curious about this one. What's the percentage of the United States citizens who are Christian, who identify as Christian or Judeo-Christian?
Probably 50 to 55%.
What's the percentage of Christians who are Republican in Congress? Just curious. It's 100%.
well, hold on a second.
Yeah.
Let me ask you a question.
Yeah, it's 100%.
Hold on.
So,
calm
yeah.
down. You've talked this entire
No, but
time.
representation matters to you.
Oh, no, hold on.
when
One
it
second.
matters
How
to
have the
you.
Democrats done overseeing the black community the last 40 years? Are they wealthier, richer, happier?
Everybody's made mistakes, bro. People are human
No.
beings.
Answer the question.
I'm answering. I just answered the question. There has been successes and there's been
What
failures.
success
But on
has the
your
bl-
side, let me ask this question the other way.
What success
So
exactly?
Tim Scott, this is the best way to do this. So I'm an alumni. I hope that's okay. Oregon State alumni. Yeah.
Sure.
Yeah. Go Beavs. Go Beavs. I used to live in Bloss Hall. Anyone in Bloss Hall? Bloss Hall. Bloss Hall's all f***ed up. That's sad that it's not been changed. No. So. This is maybe the better question. So in 2022, Herschel Walker would have become the very first black Republican Senate candidate to win a primary and a general election to serve their first term in office. As you know, Tim Scott was actually appointed to fill a vacated
And then
seat.
won later.
Right, but he won as an incumbent. And what's the incumbency rate in Congress? Does anybody know that number? It's like 90-something, 96%, 97% incumbency.
No,
I'm
but
just curious, do you
you
know
gotta
when
get-
Republicans... Yeah, my question is, because it's not going to happen this cycle, what cycle do you think Republicans will nominate and elect their first black Republican senator to serve
You know what's
in office?
interesting? I think skin color is irrelevant. Why do you care so much about it?
I just told you, buddy, it's not irrelevant because it doesn't matter
hold on.
to you.
No, it's interesting though. But like, you say representation. You know what? The only stop it. The only representation that matters is values, not skin color.
Oh, values. Right,
You-
Christian values are important to you because 100% of Republicans in Congress represent Christian values.
Bingo.
Black values are not important to
What are black?
Republicans
what-
because
hold on. No.
0.001% of your representation.
Tell me very slowly so I can understand. What are black values?
I'm talking about the values of different communities.
No. Tell me what they are. Educate me on what black values are.
That's you're picking a stupid.
You know what
part
black
of my-
values are? They're Christian because they're one of the most Christian populations in the country. That's what black values are.
How was the church during slavery? I'm curious. What did the church say about slavery?
Yeah,
they did. Yeah, but I'm pretty sure there were.
No,
a bunch
but
of
help me
pastors and
understand.
preachers, yeah.
What is the difference between a white person and a black person?
We're getting off topic.
No,
I'm trying
this
to
is your
point out-
topic, my friend. You know you're now starting to retreat a little bit because it's not going well.
I came out
Tell
here
me
to prove
what
a point, which is
you
that your
haven't-
side
you haven't
doesn't
proved any
really
point.
want to involve itself in anything other than white Christian culture, and that's represented
Wait, hold
in
on,
the
no,
people
no, no.
that you bring to office.
Let me explain to me then, not just Wesley Hunt, but Ana Paulina Luna and the growing Republican Party in the Hispanic community.
Are any of them in any leadership positions on your committees? You guys do run a bunch of committees, right? I'm curious.
Yeah,
how many non-white, non-males are on Republican committees in Congress?
Well,
we got about 118 Congresses to pick from.
Quite a few, but
Yeah.
the only distinction I will accept is the male-female distinction. I actually think that one matters because I think male-female distinctions are important. One the left does not believe in. But I want
From
you to
the
tell
Bible, right? Yeah.
Well, it's also biology, like
Yeah,
XXXY
no, I know
chromosomes.
biology.
Yeah, you know. You do believe in male-female distinctions,
No,
right?
I'm talking about. I love that you have to retreat to like the biblical male-female.
I actually,
I get it.
I didn't. You can see XXXY in your blood work, actually.
How did we get on this topic?
Because I'm talking about distinctions. So I want you to tell me, though, you say that the Republican Party is underrepresenting black America.
Well, not just black Americans, many other.
No,
like,
but
groups.
like-
I'm saying they're overrepresenting white Christian culture, and that matters because it shows that that's what your value set is. I don't believe that you have value
interesting.
sets for
What
non-white.
what is
non-Christian
white
culture.
Christian culture? Tell me what that is.
You drip it in the morning when you get out of the shower, bro. Like, what are you like? Hating women, hating different people, and
How do I hate women exactly? Tell me how I hate women.
Sir, I've listened to several hours of your program in a week.
Give me one
you're
example.
Incredibly misogynistic.
Give me a second example.
Yeah. Again, can you
Give
name
me a third
any,
example.
Can you name any women
No,
that
but-
are on any leadership positions anywhere
Yes,
on
I
the
can.
Republican side of Congress?
Yes, Senator from Mississippi, Senator
her name?
Lummis,
What's her name?
Senator Lummis from Wyoming is on a leadership
Senator
committee.
Lummis from Wyoming. Yeah, that's a.
Yes.
What,
Also,
when was the last time he had like?
hold on a second. Also, Senator Katie Britt gave the response to the State of the Union address, and she's
Oh, she did a great job on that one, guys. You guys remember that? That was
Okay, no, but tell me, you came after.
Are suffering.
Okay, so tell
That
me
was so
very,
much fun. I
tell
love
me
that.
very clearly though.
Yeah.
you said that I hate women and I'm misogynistic.
Yeah.
Can you give me an example?
I can't. I don't have a specific example right now. I didn't
Yeah, because
pick
it
that
doesn't
one, but
exist,
It doesn't
actually?
exist. I think it
Because
does.
you're making it up.
I got you earlier though, and I love you, my
But
friend.
no,
I'm gonna keep
tell me your
listening, and
evidence,
I'm gonna move
though.
it on to the next person.
Can you
in the
tell me
line,
your
'cause there's a lot of
evidence?
people lined up. You have a wonderful
Final
day,
question.
buddy.
Are you voting for Kamala Harris?
I'm voting not Trump, motherfucker.
I would like to go back in time to remind people of a little-known alliance between the United States and Tsarist Russia. That led to the Russian fleet showing up in force in New York and San Francisco. It arrived at a crucial time in 1863 when Britain and France were on the verge of intervening in the Civil War on the side of the Confederacy. An actual world war was on the horizon that would wrap the world in flames. As Secretary of State William Seward put it, the mighty Russian presence deterred the Anglo-French from invading, and the Union was saved. But let's first go back to 1861, when the Emancipation Edict was passed and successfully carried out by the Tsar Alexander II. That would result in the freeing of over 23 million serfs, or slaves. This was by no means a simple task and met much resistance, requiring an amazing degree of statesmanship to see it through. The success of this edict would go down in history as one of the greatest accomplishments for human freedom, and Tsar Alexander II became known as the Great Liberator, for which he was beloved around the world. Shortly after, in 1863, President Lincoln would pass the Emancipation Proclamation, which declared that all persons held as slaves within the rebellious states are and henceforward shall be free. The autumn of 1862 would mark the first crucial phase of the Civil War. Lincoln sent an urgent letter to the Russian Foreign Minister Gorchakov, informing him that France was ready to intervene militarily. The salvation of the Union thus rested solely on Russia's decision to act. The Foreign Minister Gorchakov wrote in response to Lincoln's plea, "You know that the government of the United States has few friends amongst the powers. England rejoices over what is happening to you. She longs and prays for your overthrow. France is less actively hostile. Her interests would be less affected by the result. But she is not unwilling to see it. She is not your friend. Your situation is getting worse and worse. The chances of preserving the Union are growing more desperate. Can nothing be done to stop this dreadful war? The hope of reunion is growing less and less, and I wish to impress upon your government that the separation, which I fear must come, will be considered by Russia as one of the greatest misfortunes. Russia alone has stood by you from the first and will continue to stand by you. We are very, very anxious that some means should be adopted, that any course should be pursued which will prevent the division which now seems inevitable. One separation will be followed by another. You will break into fragments." Russia's proclaimed support in its letters to Lincoln would be put to the test during the summer of 1863. By then, the South's invasion of the North had failed at Gettysburg, and the violent anti-war New York draft riots also failed, and Britain as a result was thinking of direct military intervention, with the backing of France. What would follow marks one of the greatest displays of support for another country's sovereignty to ever occur in modern history. The Russian Navy arrived on both the east and west coastlines of the United States late September and early October in 1863. The timing was highly coordinated due to intelligence reports of when Britain and France were intending their military action. The Russian Navy would stay along the US coastline in support of the Union for about 7 months. They never intervened in the American Civil War, but rather remained in its waters at the behest of Lincoln in the case of a foreign power's interference. If Russia had not done this, Britain and France would most certainly have intervened on behalf of the Confederate States, as they made clear they would. And the United States would have most certainly broken in two at that point. It was Russia's direct naval support that allowed the United States to remain whole. Russia and the United States of America are natural allies in this deep state war. I believe Putin and Trump are fighting together in the same fight their forefathers fought against the very same enemy. The same enemy we global patriots now face in this information war for the future of humanity.
I was standing all alone against the world outside. You were searching for a place to hide. Lost and lonely, now you've given me the will to survive. When we're hungry, love will keep us alive.
Welcome, 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 Patriots. I'm here. Do you think I did, like, start the show and just totally left you? That would be insane, right? Bet you'd like to see my face, too. I guess we can arrange that. And there I am. Oh. My arm fell asleep. There we go. All right. What are we doing today? Does anybody have an idea? Oh, I'm supposed to have an idea. That's not good. You mean I was supposed to put a show together? Better find my pipe for this. Have you seen my pipe? Have you seen my pipe? It's good to see you guys. You have seen my pipe? Where's my pipe? Where's my pipe? Oh, now I've done it. Yeah. Well, we're going to look at some news and some other stuff. A whole lot of news. What? What? All right, where are we at? The United States proposed NATO-like security guarantees for Ukraine without joining the bloc. Doesn't that sound like the dumbest thing you've ever heard in a sentence? We'll just pretend like you're in NATO, but, you know, I suppose that allows these other countries to say, we'll protect you if you need protecting, but you're not getting your own missiles. You can't put your missiles up. I don't know. It just sounds so goofy to me, but let's take a look.
Welcome back to We on the Wild is One, and thank you for staying with us. I'm Eric Njoka. The headlines. Reports say the United States has proposed a Ukraine security guarantees similar to those of NATO, but without joining the bloc. This comes after a call between Donald Trump, Ukraine's Volodymyr Zelensky, and European leaders. European leaders expressed support for a three-way summit between Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky, Russia's Vladimir Putin, and US leader Donald Trump after a US-Russia summit failed to produce a ceasefire. Vows to back Ukraine, mount pressure on Russia. India says wild ones are...
Yeah, I don't know. But I didn't hear about the Thai thing, Clara, but there's some other stuff here about the particular meeting we're going to look at. See if there was a deeper significance there. Putin has demanded Ukraine withdraw from the eastern Donetsk region as a first step towards ending the war. Zelensky will be meeting Trump in D.C. on Monday. Hopefully that's a good sign. Let's take a look what that might bring.
At overnight, Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky and President Trump both confirming that Zelensky will travel to the White House on Monday for an Oval Office meeting. The two leaders held lengthy phone calls late last night following the historic summit with Russian President Vladimir Putin.
Yeah, Zelensky says he received positive signals from the U.S. on guaranteeing security for the country.
That's right, and it comes after Trump and Putin met in Alaska yesterday for a very rare face-to-face negotiation. The president describing the high-stakes meeting with Putin as a 10. and then posting to Truth Social this morning saying, quote, "It was determined by all that the best way to end the horrific war between Russia and Ukraine is to go."
A 10. You know, I thought it was hilarious all night that one country was reporting that they had this concrete deal, and the other country was reporting there was no deal, and everybody was guessing all night. Almost like it was planned that way. This is one of the things I saw from Vincent Kennedy. Today's meeting between Trump and Putin had to do with our new financial system, a symbolic day. Yeah, I'm starting to think that less and less, though. It's just my opinion, and I'm probably wrong. And this is the letter that they were talking about from Melania Trump to Putin. Dear President Putin, every child shares the same quiet dreams in their heart, whether born randomly into a nation's rustic countryside or a magnificent city center. They dream of love, possibility, and safety from danger. As a parent, it's our duty to nurture the next generation's hope. As leaders, the responsibility is to sustain our children. To sustain our children extends beyond the comfort of a few. Undeniably, we must strive to paint a dignity-filled world for all so that every soul may wake to peace and so that the future itself is perfectly guarded. I can barely read that. It's small. Yeah, kind of goes on like that. It's a good letter. You wouldn't have thought it was, it's written by Melania. It's crazy. And in the Middle East, Danish Prime Minister says Netanyahu's become a problem. And with Hamas, they put out this video of them sitting around eating all the food that's supposed to go to the starving citizens of Gaza. Check this creepy crap out.
والموز موز والبلح بلح واللحمة لحمة واليوم لفات رز ولفات رز ويا حبيبي وهم هم يغلب عليكم يغلب عليكم المانجا مانجا يا ابو بهجة والموز موز يا ابو بهجة والبلح بلح يا ابو بهجة واليوم 5 لفات رز قدحت يا ابو بهجة وراحن عليك يا ابو خالد راحت عليك
It seemed a little weird. All the videos that Hamas makes, it's them just enjoying the foods. I don't know. Feels almost fake to me, but I don't know. The situation over there is getting weirder and weirder all the time. On another side note, the State Department announced a pause on visitor visas from Gaza. So there's that on top of things.
Once you understand who was behind this campaign, you won't be shocked that this happened. There's not enough time in a day to go through who exactly Laura Lou
cracks
is.
me up.
But suffice it to say, she's an Israel first, Zionist, Islamophobic, racist bigot that was so extreme she was too extreme for Alex Jones. She openly says that she's Islamophobic. She openly says that she hates Palestinians and Arabs. She is known for being a lunatic. She was recently beefing with Marjorie Taylor Greene.
Somewhere in there, she tells you that they're putting a pause on visas from Gaza. She was just doing it the long way. The top Israeli cybersecurity official is arrested in Nevada for allegedly using a computer to lure a child for sex, but has since been released and returned to Israel. Tonight is the second part of the John F. Kennedy Jr. series that's been, I think there's only been one part, right, on CNN, so who knows? Maybe if we're lucky tonight. There's a will, there's a way. Social media influencer and illegal alien Tatiana Martinez has been arrested by ICE agents in LA while she was live streaming. This woman was known for allegedly doxing ICE agents. Wow. I guess she kind of had that one coming. Their motto should be ICE. Not fucking around. And in other sad news, a new peer-review study just dropped showing the more mRNA vaccines you get, the more likely you will get COVID or other influenza-type illnesses. Ain't that some shit?
Breaking news here on XNN. A new peer-reviewed study by Communications Medicine just revealed that the more COVID boosters that you got, the more likely you were to get COVID. Not just that, but also influenza. Huh, that's kind of weird. Anyways, that's what I got for you. Talk soon. Bye-bye. Damn, I need to start listening to conspiracy theorists more. I should go check on my mom.
Oh. That's too much. Oh, so, getting the vaccines give you an increased risk of getting things, I guess. There's a story there. I'm not sure I want to know what it is. The federal grand jury indicted New Orleans Mayor LaToya Cantrell after a years-long investigation. The indictment accuses her of a slate of crimes, including wire fraud, conspiracy to obstruct justice, false statements, obstruction of justice, and lying to a federal grand jury. LaToya, you're in doo-doo.
Some breaking news, Justin. Our team is in place, and here's what we're following. At this hour in downtown New Orleans, a federal indictment is being read in federal court against New Orleans Mayor Cantrell and her former bodyguard, NOPD officer Jeffrey Vappy. So we're working to get more details. Magato, John Snell, our legal analyst Joe Responti joining us. So what does this mean when you get an indictment? It basically means a grand jury has seen evidence presented by federal prosecutors, and based on what they saw, they believe a crime has been committed. And this is not the first time we've seen these two high-profile names, guys.
And I think the interesting thing here is that it's mentioning Joe Responti, both the mayor and Jeffrey Vappy, which I don't want to get ahead of what we know, but that raises the possibility of perhaps a superseding indictment since he had already been indicted.
Right. If Jeffrey Vappy is getting new counts against him, it is most probably what's known as a superseding indictment, which will follow his original indictment to that section of court. And if she is a co-defendant with him, it's all going in the same car.
So for
God, somebody beat that woman with an ugly stick. Holy my God. Yeah, I know that's on the rude side of things, but what an ugly woman. I'm sorry. No. This is interesting. The Social Security Administration has officially confirmed the issuance of August stimulus payments, providing much needed financial support to millions of Americans. Let's take a look at this story with some depth.
More money is officially on the way for millions of Americans in 2025. Yes, it's confirmed and approved. But here's the thing. Will everyone in the country be getting these new checks? And when I say checks, I'm actually talking about two different ones that could be landing in your mailbox pretty soon. Now, the big question people keep asking is, are all Americans going to get them? Well, the short answer is nope. But here's the good news. Millions of folks will qualify, and they're going to see that money coming their way. Take a look at this. Could we get stimulus checks in 2025? Trump proposes rebate checks from tariff revenue. This is just one piece of the bigger picture, so you'll want to pay close attention here. See, when we're talking about these checks, they're actually federal checks, meaning they're meant for Americans across the country. But of course, there are a few requirements you've got to meet in order to get them. And look at this. IRS refund, stimulus check status. How to check when you'll get it in New York. Yes, folks in New York are definitely in for a treat. I'm about to walk you through every single detail about both of these checks. But before we dive in, can I ask a quick favor? It only takes a couple of seconds. Go ahead and smash that like button on this video. All right, so without wasting any more time, let's get started. Just a few days ago, President Trump made an announcement that caught everyone off guard. He talked about the possibility of another stimulus check, but this time it's aimed specifically at low and middle income Americans. And you've got to understand, for millions of people out there, these checks could be an absolute lifeline. Yes, millions will qualify and receive it, but like I mentioned earlier, these payments are not for everyone. So let's talk about the threshold, meaning, is there an income limit you need to meet? The answer is yes. There are both income and other eligibility requirements you have to pay attention to. Here's the first one. If you're an individual making $75,000 or less, or if you're not earning anything at all, you could qualify. The same goes if you're receiving Social Security, SSI, SSDI, or any other federal or state benefits, and your total yearly income is at or below $75,000. In that case, you'd be eligible for a $600 check. Now, let's look at another situation. If you're a married couple filing jointly, you could be eligible for $1,200, but only if your combined income is $150,000 or less. For those earning above that limit, there's a catch. Your payment will be reduced by 5%. We're still waiting for more official details on exactly how that reduction will work, and as soon as we get them, we'll update you right here on this channel. But there's one really important point I want to bring up here, something that's been sparking a lot of debate among analysts and experts. Many of them are saying that $600 just isn't enough. In their view, these checks should be at least $2,000, similar to what millions of Americans received during the pandemic. And honestly, the reason is pretty straightforward: inflation. Just looking at the latest inflation report for June alone, prices went up by 2.7%.
I could literally hear all of you saying $600, and then saying, "Yeah, but I'll take it," you know. Yeah. Sadly, that won't even cover most of our rent payments. Probably be lucky if it'd pay your electric bill. Yeah, but we'll see where that goes. It's something. I hadn't heard anything about it until today, and then I seen they had been talking about it this past week. It's amazing the news that gets around and that doesn't get around. I wanted to read this to you real quick. I thought it was interesting. From BioClandestine. I see many people asking where arrests are at. The answer is when the time is right. Yeah, it doesn't quite work. The public are currently being briefed so they know why these people are being arrested before it happens. These information nuggets have been dropped to us in 13-day intervals, giving the public time to understand and digest the magnitude of these revelations before they move on to the next nugget of information. Any of you guys noticed a pattern like that, or heard of a pattern like that, or 13-day intervals? It's kind of new to me. In other words, this rollout is coordinated, which means there is a plan, which means there is a timeline, which means there is a projected end of the timeline. It's a calculated dissemination process. Trump and his team are preparing the public for the shocking things that have to happen. And they're telling us slowly and thoroughly. And I mean, I agree with that too, but why do you think Trump just federalized D.C. police and deployed the National Guard? And why is he hinting that he is about to do the same in cities across the country? Yeah, we knew that was about getting ready for arrests. We had heard that for a long time. That's what we're told. Here's a story that probably should be making news. It's not. Newly declassified FBI documents reveal the FBI's Los Angeles field office was investigating at least 19 Clinton Foundation bank accounts for possible campaign finance fraud in 2016 and 2017 before the Justice Department shut the sensitive investigation down. Bet you didn't know that. Now you do. We knew a Hurricane Aaron was going to blossom, into a nice little hurricane, but we didn't know it was going to shoot up to a Category 5 in less than 24 hours, and that's exactly what it's done, which has me a little baffled. This thing's a beast. It's gonna be.
The first Atlantic hurricane of the 2025 season is set to hammer the Caribbean this weekend. Hurricane Aaron strengthening to a Category 5 storm. Fox Weather's Robert Ray is live in St. Thomas with the latest on this. Robert, good morning.
Good morning to you. Just in from the National Hurricane Center as the hurricane hunters took their planes into Hurricane Aaron, which is 160 miles northeast of where we are at on St. Thomas right now. Category 5 storm and winds approaching 170 miles per hour. And it is headed southwest right now, likely going to shift up to the north and shoot between Bermuda and mainland U.S. Impacts expected all across this region. We are expected tropical force winds and heavy rains later today in the U.S. Virgin Islands and Puerto Rico. But the uncertainty of this strength, when we think about this, just 24 hours ago, Aaron was a tropical storm, now a Category 5, and the first Category 5 in August since 2007, Hurricane Dean. This is an uncommon instance right now, and if it continues on this track, we should expect significant surge, waves, and rip currents, and even wind fields hitting the eastern seaboard, especially in the Carolinas in the coming days, and Bermuda as well. Back to you.
Robert Ray.
Puerto Rico's going to get hammered. Right now they've got it sort of swinging out to the east just in time to miss the eastern seaboard, but don't forget there's two pressure systems there, and if the other one pulls it in, which it could, this thing could end up headed for Florida. We'll keep track of it. It's a beast. Half this town in Michigan City Council members have been charged for committing election fraud. Hamtramck. In addition to Abu Musa busted stuffing stacks of absentee ballots at a city drop box, Mustaine Sadman and Mohammed Hassan have been charged with election fraud for forging signatures on absentee ballots. Take a quick look.
Both men are accused of forging signatures on absentee ballots in a tight general election. They're pleading not guilty and vowing to attend tonight's city council meeting, which is getting underway right now. But as 7 News Detroit's Ruta Olsenaida found out, they're not the only city officials who've recently been accused of wrongdoing.
You mean they cheated the election? I thought people said that didn't happen. I thought there was no cheating in the election. You know what the left said? Couldn't happen. This is interesting. Is it real? I don't know. You'll have to check if you have Google Maps. It says if you look at the Federal Reserve, it shows it is permanently closed. I've heard these before. Don't know if they're real. Check it on your own. West Virginia Guard is going to be supporting President Trump's initiative to make D.C. safe and beautiful. At the direction of Governor Patrick Morrisey is a show of commitment to public safety and regional cooperation. The West Virginia National Guard, under the command of West Virginia Adjutant General Major General Jim Stewart, in supporting President Donald Trump's initiative to restore cleanliness and safety to D.C. They're sending 300 to 400 skilled personnel as directed. Bum, 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 bum. I love it. I don't know about you guys, but Trump reveals that President Xi told him that China will not invade Taiwan while he's U.S. president. It's sort of an interesting turn of events, in my opinion, because I thought for sure it was coming. This post says, how do you know John Brennan and Hillary Clinton are worried? They both said President Trump should win a Nobel Peace Prize in the last 24 hours. If it's the first positive thing they've ever said about him. No coincidences. Yeah. Too little, too late. And a suspected Islamist rebel kills 30 in Congo's North Kivu province. We take a deeper look at this story, and if it's even the right story, what's sad is this should be front page headlines. And if you look up this situation on YouTube, the most recent story is a year old, so it's not, nobody's following these things even in Africa.
Rwanda on Monday termed as false accusations by the UN that its forces took part alongside rebels in the killings of several hundred civilians in eastern Congo. Citing first-hand accounts, the Office of the High Commissioner for Human Rights said that M23 rebels killed at least 319 civilians in a series of attacks on 4 villages in North Kivu province.
That's a totally different attack. That's a sad thing. They don't know which crimes what's happening. There's so much killing going on over there. It's, I don't know. It's a sad situation, one that Juan had talked about. I ran my idea for a show past Juan last night, and he said he'd be interested at some point. There's some other things that require focusing first, though. So shall it be. We got to keep track of what's happening right now. All right. So there wasn't a lot of news today, but we're going to be taking a look at some different videos I came across today, discussing some things. We're going to start by taking a look at this short video with Ivan Raiklan, just discussing some of these Adam Schiff revelations. And we'll go from there. It's only like 10 minutes. It's we had some other cool things we're gonna look at, just some random different things here today. If you guys saw any good interviews out there, let us know in the chat. Recommend it. We'll talk about it. We'll see if anybody's streaming the CNN special too. All right, let's take a look at this while we're killing some time, shall we?
Let's dive right in, shall we? I've got great people here with me today. According to reports, a career intelligence officer who worked for the Democrats on the House Intelligence Committee for over a decade repeatedly warned the FBI, beginning in 2017, that then Congressman, now Senator Adam Schiff, had approved leaking classified information to smear and discredit President Trump over the entire Russiagate hoax. The documents, which were obtained by John Solomon's Just the News, were recently handed over to Congress by FBI Director Kash Patel. According to the report, the intelligence staffer called the leaking treasonous and illegal. In addition to being unethical, he was most recently interviewed by the FBI in 2023. The staffer also said that he personally attended a meeting where Schiff gave the green light to leaking classified information. Surprised? Me either. Here with me to discuss this is former Defense Intelligence Officer Ivan Raiklin, as well as a former FBI officer and former Navy SEAL Jonathan Gilliam. Gentlemen, welcome to the program. I'm going to start with you, Ivan. This is not surprising to me, but it is outrageous. Adam Schiff greenlighting the release of classified information. This was the whole impetus for raiding Mar-a-Lago, because Donald Trump might have documents that were classified a certain way that were still in his possession. Documents, by the way, that he was allowed to have as president of the United States. This is, in my lifetime, unprecedented. Ivan, what do you say about it?
Yes, I mean, this weaponization didn't end there. So this is essentially the opening salvo that is being disclosed now of Adam Schiff's involvement in massively treasonous behavior at scale. You got to remember that he also continued to cover up these treasonous actions through facilitating that, changing the Ukraine phone call into an impeachment hoax. And then he became the impeachment lead manager to go after President Trump for that, for the sole purpose of covering up that initial transgression that you just talked about.
And Jonathan, let me bring you into this conversation, because here's, obviously leaking classified information, whether you're a military officer or a member of the government, and specifically done to harm an opponent, in this case a political opponent, is treasonous behavior. I think the whistleblower is right. Here's a quote from John Solomon I'd like you to weigh in on. This is the first of several major leak investigations we're going to see over the next several days. Apparently this is the tip of the iceberg, Jonathan. What are your thoughts?
Well, I agree. And I think, there's so much to unpack here that I think we can start looking finally, which many of us have been screaming for years, a RICO case. And that gets rid of all the statute of limitations. It also opens up the FBI or any other investigative platform to start looking into anyone that was potentially connected to these criminal acts as a participant in a criminal organization. And I think this is a very interesting line that has been crossed by media, politicians, and actual officials and agents that work in these agencies, where all of these people, there is evidence showing that they have colluded together for treasonous type of activity as a criminal enterprise, even down to these individuals who are writing these letters still today. This group that just wrote this letter of FBI agents and intelligence agents calling themselves a name like they're a DC comic group. All of these individuals now, I believe there's evidence in the background connecting these people as a criminal organization, doing 2 or more crimes for the furtherance of their group, their criminal group. I think this is where this needs to go.
So let's talk about this part, Ivan.
If I may jump in on that note real quick, is that...
Go ahead.
Yeah, so regarding what John just said, as far as the statute of limitations, I'd like to remind people that those crimes, felonies that are punishable by death, to include death, those do not have a statute of limitations. So then you wrap that in, if that wasn't, if that's the case, treason, and then it's a RICO charge of treason, then there is no statute of limitations.
Agree. But they always try to spin it as though there is.
Hold on here. Stop for a second, because this is important. In the waning days of the Biden administration, Adam Schiff was pardoned by the president Joe Biden, allegedly with an auto pen, but that notwithstanding, it has not been challenged anywhere. And so for the sake of argument, we'll say that that stands. Does that mean Adam Schiff is out of harm's way? Ivan, start with you.
I think the investigation needs to continue. Judge Janine, I think, mentioned earlier today on a show that she's going to go ahead and pursue that. That needs to go into criminal indictments. He needs to be arrested, detained, passport taken away, and then the onus will be on him to address whether or not the pardons that were done by the auto pen actually are legitimate. It's not for us to stop investigating him. It's for him to raise that as an issue at the end of his conviction.
And Jonathan, would you agree with that? It's not up to me to decide whether the pardon is applicable. It's not up to you to decide. It's up for him to raise it and say, wait a second, I was pardoned. Of course, an innocent man would never need a pardon, now would he?
That's correct. And actually, Biden did try to do that as well by pardoning people in the future that haven't done a crime yet or haven't been found to have done a crime yet. So I think we're in an amazing...
crimes, in fact. They weren't even, these were pardons in the case that you might be charged with something someday. I've never seen anything like that.
I agree with Jonathan that on multiple levels, that pardon is not applicable. It's not legitimate.
And even if it has to go to court, I think this is an incredible time because these pardons have gotten out of control where it's nonsense. The whole pardon program was put in place so that the president could reach out and help someone who's been falsely accused. It was never meant to be able to save a friend. I don't know how these things occur in our government where people just stop asking, wait, is that right or is that illegal what they're doing? And so far now with this pardon issue, it's gotten every 4 years, it's gotten worse and worse no matter who's in office. And I think this is just finally, there's something here where if Schiff brings it up and it goes to court, there's a good chance that the pardon process itself may come under fire.
Well, it might, but it's one of those things it's pretty powerful that the president has the ability to pardon anybody, and it's very well protected, so it's never been challenged. I would find that hardly, except for the auto pen concern. All right, so we know in the grand conspiracy it began July 2016 with Hillary Clinton and her team and Fusion GPS by way of Perkins Coie buying the entire Russiagate narrative, fabricated the fairy tale by Christopher Steele, of course. And they all thought Hillary was going to win. They weren't terribly concerned about it. They fabricated this whole thing to throw trash and smear Donald Trump. Didn't matter. She was going to win anyway. Then he won in a huge upset, of course. And then Barack Obama and his team co-opted the entire fairy tale to create this narrative that was false from day one. They changed the investigations. They changed the intelligence community assessments. They changed everything. So how many people are connected here, and how deep does it go, and how far do you think it goes? Ivan, I'll get you to weigh in on that first.
Well, for those that have been following my work, I have my initial list is over 350 people. I would say that with staffers and extended kind of link analysis, we're looking at probably 1,400 individuals plus that were involved in some way, shape, or form in this entire RICO case. And I'm talking about from the illegal spying on General Flynn, Papadopoulos, Paul Manafort, Carter Page initially, up to and including to the continued cover-ups today.
Jonathan, let me ask you about that, because it would seem to me that once you get past the first 15 or 20, the names that we all know, like the ones that were just shared by Ivan there, once you get past that to names you don't know, people that have families and want to have a future and don't want that future to be in jail, somebody is naming names. Somebody is rolling over, if they haven't already, behind closed doors.
Absolutely, and I hope that is what happens. But this is what cannot happen. Those in place of pushing this forward, they cannot put their own careers in front of all this and not push forward. This is a problem with Washington, D.C. inside the Beltway, is the 1,400, I think Ivan just said, or all this over 1,000 people, right, that are potentially a part of this. they all must come down. The whole system must be changed. And a big part of that problem and why the system even exists is because people within the system, both careerists and leftists, and even just as bad are the grifters who get in place and they want to make a name for themselves, but they don't want to bump the system that is the wave that they ride. And this is where the real process and the problem is, the hard part is going to come in. I believe there's enough evidence right now. If they just start doing even a preliminary investigation, they're going to find massive amounts. But the problem is finding people that will push it forward past these corrupt judges, even investigating the corrupt judges. That should be done as well as a part of this, as I'm sure that there's a link. And so I think as this thing unfolds, that's where the hard part's going to be.
Pretty good answer there. All right, so Tulsi Gabbard started this ruling with Ernest here a few weeks ago. But Tulsi, Kash Patel, Pam Bondi, I mention Chuck Grassley every time because he's been the hound dog on this trail, and he has been dedicated to rooting out and making public the things that he found along the way, demanding answers for years now. And now it's finally bearing fruit. So, Ivan, I'll bring you for the last answer here. For me, in the last few days, I actually came to the conclusion we might actually finally see somebody be held accountable. And I mean accountable by being handcuffed and put in jail. They're willing to take and charge Donald Trump with trumped up charges, creating felonies out of make-believe misdemeanors. They did that. I want to see real felonies come from this. I want people held accountable. You cannot subvert our government. You cannot violate the peaceful transfer of power. You cannot go after a sitting president, try to destroy the American people who voted for him. You can't. And it cannot be allowed. Last word to you, Ivan.
Yeah, I think I'm going to kind of say this, that I think normally I don't agree with the Navy SEAL, considering I'm a retired Green Beret. But in this instance, Jonathan definitely nails it during the segment. And I'm going to close with this. I think he would agree with me that we would be ready, willing, and able to be deputized lawfully with lawful predicate by the Department of Justice, the FBI, et cetera, considering he's a former FBI officer, to go ahead and participate in making sure that these arrests take place. I think both of us are physically fit. We have the right haircut, and we can go ahead and execute those arrests.
Yeah.
In 2 seconds, I'd be a part of that.
The same haircut. Yeah. Jonathan, I'll give you the last. I can't let that go unchallenged, Jonathan. I got to let you have the last word. Steele versus Green Beret. Finish us up here.
Well, we always have bigger egos, but the Green Beret are the smarter guys. I'll give them that. And so I think Ivan is an amazing guy. The work that he does is amazing. And I would gladly, it's killing me not to be a part of this. I'm not going to lie. I'm 55. They'd probably be making me retire right now anyway, but man, I would give anything to be back right now just as an agent. I
feel it too, brother.
Yeah.
Well, gentlemen, greatly appreciate you both being here and for what you've done for your country so far. Look, there is a place for you. Ivan, keep writing. Jonathan, keep grinding, and we'll keep finding the facts here because none of us are giving up. We have a country to save, and there's work to be done. Gentlemen, thank you for being here.
You got it.
Thank you.
Ivan Raiklin's awesome. What does he got to be afraid of, Gingeroo? You know, he's got names. He's kind of a badass. I don't know. I get what you're saying, though. All right, let's keep moving forward. I see lots of channels that were sharing the show last week, so shouldn't be hard to find something. See if we got some time to look at something else real quick. Because I've got different things I want to look at tonight. All right, we're going to listen to this real quick. Just enough time. This is a short interview the other day with Gene Decode and Tom Numbers. It's supposedly important. Let's check it out.
That the NAZIs were able to get in space and get on the moon and get on Mars was because of the Draco and the Zeta Reticuli, the short, small gray guys. And so they actually had a swastika-shaped base that now is, once the lease ran out, because the moon's pretty much spoken for, all the territory on the moon has something by some group, some from somewhere, especially the backside, is completely inhabited. So they had to get a lease on land, and then the lease expired, and the Corporation of the United States took that over, and they built it out into Lunar Operations Center, A, B, or depending on how you want to use A, B, C, D, or 1, 2, 3, 4, whatever. And so, because of all of the taking of people off world and human, removing humans and removing gold, and now I find out removing water. Significant amounts from the earth, and then all of the technology that they were giving to the to the deep state, various factions of the deep state, such as the NAZIs, the triads, the many different families and different, agreement structures they have, various other forces that are on the side of free choice agreed to help the human race and other other terrestrials and non-terrestrials here to help us out. And so now it's actually starting to turn the tide. They've cleaned the universe. The solar system and locked it down. Most people have heard of Radiant Glory and Radiant Guardian. Radiant Guardian and Radiant Glory are part of Solar Warden, which started in a little bit after World War II in the 50s. They started learning how to use that technology that they found when they got into mainland Germany. That World War II ended and the Allies got into mainland Germany and found these big, huge underground facilities with some of the few craft they left. They had taken most of the stuff, and then a whole fleet of submarines, 390 they found, of these giant whole class of submarine they hadn't seen that was so massive you could drive a semi-truck. And they were taking that, they found, down to Antarctica, and they had created a base there, which is they call base 211 or New Schwaberland. And so first the British tried to invade that, then of course Operation High Jump with Admiral Byrd, and that was a disaster, an unmitigated disaster. And because by that time they actually could use the Hanabus and the other craft they had. Prior to that, they couldn't use them in World War II because if you have an anti-gravitic vessel and you fire a cannon on it or something, it causes a repulsive force. So you need particle weapons that don't create a repulsive force. Well, they had those by that time. So when Byrd with that fleet went down there, they wiped out the carrier, damaged a lot of the support ships, wiped out all of the aircraft. So he was set with his tail between his legs back to DC to tell DC to surrender to the NAZIs there. And they, of course, like I said, had already gotten bases on the moon and Mars as well. And we're already developing that way a fourth and fifth Reich. And so that then became the Dark Fleet that expanded out. So during World War II, the secret groups, William Tompkins, if you've seen those interviews, goes into that with Kerry Cassidy, who was developing a whole set of fleets for the U.S. Navy, and also turned the Air Force started getting a little bit in on it too. And that became the beginning of what is now known as Solar Warden, where they sealed up the ballast tanks on the bottom and then pressurized it with noble gases and extremely high energy so that it actually becomes, in that case, and you cause it to circulate in a toroid or what's called a euphor toroid or Mercabic field so that it creates an anti-gravitic lift. And they were lifting submarines into space. And that became the beginning of Solar Warden. And in 1987, an agent of the Dark Fleet that was infiltrated actually got the mind wipe device that the deep state was using on all of the scientists working with them, so that when they would go to the moon or Mars or Dulce or whatever, and a lot of people going to Dulce were actually going off world when they think they were going to Dulce, because they have shuttles in Dulce that would go through a portal. They wouldn't even know it. And you look out a window, you're thinking you're looking out at somewhere in New Mexico or something. You're actually on Mars. It's a hologram. So they found this all out when they got the mind wiper and found a way to get the memories back for the scientists. And they go, wow. So that then allowed for Solar Warden to be taken into the hands of the White Hats and through what was called the Plan, which it started as a small binder about 3 inches thick that was starting about 1903 as Howard Hughes one of the first big, huge billionaires from the oil industry, but other than the deep state types like Carnegie and Rockefeller and those types, and was doing defense contracting. And he would never get the bid. He'd undercut everybody else, and he had a superior product, but he would never get the contracts. And so he was like, I don't understand. I'm providing a better product at a lower cost with all the blueprints, everything, developing working models in a lot of cases, and I don't get it. Well, he's single, good-looking guy. Of course, he, very wealthy, for one of the early billionaires. So he had a lot of really gorgeous Hollywood girlfriends. And so he trained a bunch of them in how to be honeypots and had them get with CEOs of these other companies that were getting the contracts. And finally, one of the gals came back to him with a video, a small spy camera that she taped a satanic ritual child sacrifice for a bunch of these CEOs were there. And she showed, and a bunch of high-end corporate types, and politicians and, really high level people in the world. And it said, this is why there's an organization and you're not part of it. And it's worldwide and it's satanic and it's deep and it's dark and it's really evil. And if you're not in the club, you're not going to get in the door. So he realized that, that's when he became a recluse, and people, thought he'd become agoraphobic, and he actually retreated to develop the plan. And he contacted Nikola Tesla and Van de Graaff and Trump's uncle and grandfather, and they started the plan. And that was how to throw down the deep state and the cabal on all, the world and out in Moon and Mars and all that later. And so as of course that developed in World War II and World War I, World War II, the stuff on the Moon and Mars, they had to keep altering the plan to where it got to be a massive integrated thing. And then when they, planned, and then they had big setbacks like Kennedy and Reagan, and as well as once there was an entire plane of their generals that was taken down. And everybody was, of course, killed, and they've crashed planes and stuff many a time. And, what they're trying to do, of course, is to get absolute control. And what Hitler's second book after Mein Kampf was the New World Order, to create that, like George Bush said, from 1,000 points of light, if you translate that into German, it's literally Hitler's invasion speech, essentially, right before he invaded Poland, of the unification of Germany. Just take 1,000 points to light and turn it into 1,000-year Reich and a few other changes. And so the plan developed out. And then when they took over Solar Warden in 1987, then they created two fleets. They separated it out. So you have Radiant Guardian, which operates from the asteroid field, which is the remnants of the planet Tiamat, with one small planetoid in it called Ceres that has bases on it too. If you look at Dauntless Dialogue, he interviews a man that had been on that for quite a few years. He had been forced by one of the deep state. He'd insulted the child of a deep state person, and they had kidnapped him and enslaved him, and then he worked his way up and got monies and spent quite a few years out there in those areas. And so, as William Tompkins said, showed how they developed those fleets. So then Radiant Guardian and Radiant Glory, and then Radiant Glory takes from the asteroid belt out to the Oort cloud, and so they protect our solar system. So they started infiltrating the Dark Fleet, which is, of course, the NACIs, and a lot of the commanders of the ships were starting to of the NACI upper elite, the Aryan elite, were getting rather disenfranchised with the Draco, because they had to have a Draco on every presence that pretty much told them what to do on every ship. And then they were really forcing the integration of the stuff that we see getting put in people's arms, the graphenes and those AI kind of mixing in with who we are. And they didn't like that. So there was a captain that rose to the rank of admiral, and he had put his people that he trusted as captains, and many. It turned out to be at first about 10%. So he was able to defect 10% of the Dark Fleet into the Solar Warden. And so they got all of the information on all of the different ships and locations and worlds that they had gone throughout in the Milky Way, where they would go to a planet and tell them they're going to be invaded and we'll protect you. And then they bombard it with meteors. And so that's your enemy coming in. Well, it's actually them, problem, action, solution on a world scale, where they would take a world by doing that. And then they come in and get them ready for the invasion. And they would say, okay, we'll give you the technologies, but you got to essentially they create a Babylonian money system for them, like our Federal Reserve and world banking system. They would tear apart their spirituality and their sacred books like they did here with the original 777 books of the Bible, and bring it down and tear it apart and divide it up into different groups. Like here we have the original Abrahamic religions of the Muslim faith, with the original Quran written by Ishmael being completely rewritten by Muhammad. And you've got the Jewish faith, which is actually Hebrew, being called the Jewish faith, which is actually the Khazarian or the Zionists that came from another system to here to rule this planet. And
Okay. Alrighty, Thor. Let's check it out. Let me bring it up. Interesting. Wanted to see real quick before we jump over to that, if there's not a way to find this episode live. By the time we're done watching this, though, somebody's gonna have it up, so let's go ahead. Check this interview out. Bring it up. And thank you, Thor. See what's going down with Brunson.
For decades, Hispanics have been considered a reliable voting bloc for the Democratic Party.
For anyone looking to zero their scope, don't fire a single shot until you do this.
All right, folks, as promised, I am here with Lloyd Brunson, and I'm going to ask your questions, folks. First of all, Lloyd, how's everything developing? How's everything going, man? Thank you for joining me.
Everything's great. There are a lot of things you just wonder why things happen, and then it turns out to be the way it should have happened. So that's kind of how I think everyone's life is to a degree.
Yeah, with everything that I'm seeing now with Washington, D.C., we're seeing the troops come in. I'm going to pull up an article real quick, and it's all making sense to me now, why this is really happening. Here is the National Guard. Can you see it, Lloyd?
Yeah.
Okay. Roughly 30 troops stand guard outside DC's Union Station amid police takeover. A lot of people are saying, he's bringing in a police state, this and that. And I'm just going to state the facts real quick. On August 11th, 2025, Trump declared a public safety emergency in Washington, D.C., citing an alleged surge in violent crime and asserting the local government had lost control. He invoked Section 740 of the District of Columbia Home Rule Act, allowing a federal takeover of the city's police during emergencies. Trump described the Capitol as being overrun by bloodthirsty criminals and argued federal intervention was needed to restore order. Now,
he's already threatening to move them into other cities like Chicago, Baltimore, Los Angeles. I have a different outlook on this. My outlook on this, Loy, is he's preparing for when the arrests begin with people like Obama, Hillary. He understands that if they rioted and protested for someone like George Floyd, what are they going to do for Obama and Hillary and many others who get arrested? And they start pointing at him as the Hitler or a tyrannical dictator. I think he's putting his chess pieces in the right position for big time arrests that are coming. Probably the first one around fall, maybe spring. I don't know. I'm not psychic, but I'm just saying that's what I see coming. And I think your case is going to be a very pivotal case in all this as this progresses. What's your thoughts?
Sure, absolutely. It makes perfect sense. It's a very logical conclusion to make. And it's kind of a divine intervention kind of thing, too. All this, it's just amazing.
So, with all this transpiring the way it is, I think your case holds more relevance now. And it's kind of like, I don't know, I don't want to say the scapegoat he needs, but, Brunson, it's Brunson versus Adams, correct?
Right. Yeah.
I call me crazy, but that's like a silver bullet right there waiting to be used. That if I was president, I'd be, hey, this is their case. They want it. This is what happens. Congress is getting taken down. Is that a possibility in all this?
Well, you say silver bullet, and we have the Lone Ranger with the gun with the silver bullet. And that's someone that a lot of people don't realize the power that he has. That's Dean John Sauer, the new U.S. Solicitor General, who replaced the Biden-appointed U.S. Solicitor General, who was the defense attorney for all 387 defendants. He has jurisdiction over this case. And when there's a case against a government officials, it's the U.S. Solicitor General, not to just defend the defendants, but to bring justice to the front. And regardless of what the consequences are for the federal agencies or for the federal government agents, it is his job to bring justice. So it's just absolutely incredible that he is the U.S. Solicitor General right now, that President Trump has his new administration in place. And another thing is all the U.S. attorneys throughout the country have been replaced with Trump-appointed U.S. attorneys. I mean, this is huge.
So in other words, you're standing on solid ground with this.
Oh, my gosh. It's Dean John Sauer, the U.S. Solicitor General, knows about this case. There's no way President Trump would have retruthed about it twice without getting input from Mr. Sauer, who was his number one attorney, who's represented President Trump in front of the Supreme Court justices successfully. And so it's just absolutely unbelievable, the timing of this whole thing, where it's coming to right now. The public awareness aspect of this was great. I mean, it wasn't as much as we all wanted it to be. 100,000 is quite a few. Over 100,000 people wrote letters. But I believe it's exactly where it needs to be for the big stuff to happen. We're going to see some big stuff happening.
So how many times did you file this lawsuit, and how many times was it on the docket and then removed?
Well, that's pretty interesting. This is a personal damage claim lawsuit against federal government officials. And there's a special court for that. It's called the claims court. You go to a law firm and they direct you into a claims court, and they get permission from the government to pursue the lawsuit. Well, we decided we're not going to worry about that. We're just going to go directly into federal court, and we're going to show them that the Constitution of the United States overrides that, and that I have a right to bring action against any entity in any court, including a federal court. And so the federal court chief justice had jurisdiction over my case, and he was a Biden-appointed chief justice. And so there he is, has my case unfiled. They'd never seen this before because no attorneys had ever filed a personal damage claim lawsuit against the federal government agency or agents before.
And that's really the only way you could have filed it, correct? That's the only route you could have gone.
Well, my brother started in state court, and then they move it over to federal court. Absolutely. And so for them to unfile it, and then we complain to the 10th Circuit, and they say, oh, they didn't unfile it. They're just backlogged. It's like they're afraid we're showing them the liability they created, because when you interfere with a lawsuit, you become liable for the monetary damages that the person is asking for, even regardless of the merits of the case. And in this case, it was $1.9 billion for the federal court of Utah and $1.9 billion action against the 10th Circuit Court of Appeals. And so even though they won a motion to dismiss that claim against the federal courts, it was over. But without even asking if I wanted them to refile it, they moved it forward. They refiled it without even asking me and pushed it forward, and then it made it to the Supreme Court.
So where does it stand right now, Loy? Where are we at with all this right now at this moment?
The U.S. Solicitor General, at any moment, any time that he feels is right, he can petition the court. The U.S. Solicitor General is considered as the 10th Supreme Court justice. Now, we probably only have 4 good Supreme Court justices, but at the right time, he can move it into a conference, which could go to a hearing, and then it could be remanded. I've talked to a member of Congress about this, and he believes the best scenario would be it's remanded back to federal court, which means they have to answer the complaint, which means they have to go into discovery. So all the members of Congress, except for the ones that I, with the Solicitor General, remove, because I have the power with him to remove any of the defendants I want to remove, and negotiating with them to help with discovery, then they have to answer interrogatories, questions. They have to produce emails, text messages having to do with why they all chose, the 387 of them chose to support or not support a 10-day pause for an investigation. So this would be an incredible discovery process. And then if there was conspiracy and some unclean hands involved with the decisions, and we know there was a mountain of evidence that showed that they should have investigated.
This would implicate everybody in Congress, correct?
Well, not everyone. There were 145 members of Congress, House and Senate. And that's funny. U.S. Constitution defines Congress as the House and the Senate, not just the Congress.
Right.
And so those are not defendants. But there are others like Marco Rubio and Mike Lee, others that maybe would be negotiated with, where we could remove them as defendants and then move forward in discovery, which would just expose everything that happened without removing them from office, without it being adjudicated. Just the discovery process could produce an incredible amount of information and evidence showing the bad players in the whole situation.
Rubio is Rubio is obviously one of the bad players, correct?
Well, he's a defendant,
but now he's okay. Go ahead.
He's a defendant, so we could have a meeting with him, and we could negotiate with him, and we could take him off as a defendant with him to comply with helping with the investigation process. And there would probably be, if this were remanded back to federal court, I'm sure there would be a congressional committee put together to help with the discovery. So instead of just thinking, this is a case where it's going to remove everyone from Congress or not, no, this is much more complicated than that, and there are many more options than that. And like I said, the discovery process to show who the most guilty people are, what was going on there. We know that there was conspiracy, and that's one of the causes of action is conspiracy to commit.
What if your joint pain isn't from age, isn't from wear and tear, but from something your doctor never even tested for? That's what I found out after years of limping, aching, and being told it's just arthritis. I trusted every word until I came across a video that changed everything. Turns out there's a biological trigger inside your joints that most doctors ignore. Not inflammation, not cartilage loss.
Civil conspiracy.
So besides Juan O'Savin, I know you talked to him quite a bit, quite extensively. Are you talking to, is there anybody else, you don't have to say their names, but is there anybody else that you're talking to right now that you're keeping in touch with that are helping you push this further?
It's really completely in the hands of the U.S. Solicitor General right now.
Okay.
You
have faith in him.
Yeah, they have full control over it. And so there can be a time when there's a communication. I've communicated with certain people, like I mentioned, a former member of Congress who used to work with the Supreme Court and what his opinions were. And there's some attorneys that are aware of this.
I don't understand how you're not getting more media attention on this. I don't understand. I've seen some articles to debunk your case, and I'm not at all throwing salt at you. Believe me, I'm not.
No.
I'm just saying that it's just weird. It's like, I don't. It's such a big case. I don't understand how they could take it so lightly. I don't.
That's a good question. Now, a lot of people don't realize when this first came out, are we still there? CNN wrote articles. CNN wrote 3 or 4 articles. MSN wrote 3 or 4. Newsweek magazine, I think, wrote 5 articles, all saying it was another Trump-related case that was killed. But this has never happened before. This is a complex case, and it's just how would I explain this?
Do you see this? It says false claim the Supreme Court will hear case to reinstate Donald Trump. But I mean, this was all during the Biden administration. Now we're in a completely different level of the game right now. This is so, I would imagine that your case holds a lot of weight right now.
Well, it's interesting because August 19th of 2023, President Trump retruthed support on his Truth Social account, support of the letter campaign. And that was a Friday. The Supreme Court justices had not made a decision on my petition for a hearing for a second conference. They were on vacation. Friday, President Trump supported it, August 18th, 2023. The next Monday, the docket showed that it was denied a hearing. Okay, so
if Trump is retruthing this, he's very aware of this case.
Absolutely. And it is within his hands and his administration's hands to do something with it at the right time. And it's also a reference tool where they can refer to it as far as what was happening, who were the ones that weren't supporting, and to bring awareness to the fact that there was a 10-day pause problem with many of the members of Congress refusing, even though Ted Cruz and others produced a tremendous amount of evidence that there was a need for an investigation. So there's a lot of potential with this and a lot of information there.
Look at this. This is USA Today. And look what they says here. So I know that, I've told everybody on my platform that Russiagate will pop first. Obviously, Juan has said that on my platform many times, that Russiagate will be the first to pop. And then 2020, this will move into 2020, the stolen election of 2020. But just look how they lie here, and now they have to reaffirm it to the public. USA Today, our rating is false. The Supreme Court declined to hear the case in January and again in February 21st before the post was shared. Numerous recounts and audits have affirmed that President Joe Biden won the 2020 election legitimately. Look how they have to keep stating this.
Yeah, exactly.
And so to me, this is really public enemy number one is the media.
What's psyops?
What's that?
It's psyops. It's psychological warfare.
Yeah, it's just unbelievable. And and even if we were to bring this out on YouTube, my channel would be bombed like immediately. If I were to even put this out there on YouTube, this would just completely wreck my channel. So, for me, like just looking at this stuff and just kind of pointing out to the people, like it's real. The censorship's real. The way they try to cover their tracks and they use the media to do so, it's all real, and it's finally coming to a head right now, and we're all seeing it with Russiagate. And that's why I'm saying the National Guard in DC, I expect more cities, Baltimore, Chicago, Los Angeles, because I believe, and I've kind of I've talked to a lot of people behind the scenes. A lot of people know my guests, that this is going to be this is going to be to neutralize and quell the civil unrest that occurs once they start with the arrests, which are going to happen. Cash Patel's ready to go. Dan Bongino, they're all ready to go. So that's why I wanted to talk about your case, because I think it really could be the missing piece here. That comes in like a under the radar and just torpedo everything.
And you said it, under the radar. It's probably a good thing that there's not a lot of it, we don't have the national attention on it right now, but it's certainly there in their arsenal that they can use it in the right way.
So do you feel pretty optimistic about all this?
Absolutely. I think there's so many miracles from him getting shot and not killing him to these other assassination attempts and him winning despite the corruption. It's absolutely just so many miracles have happened with my brothers, myself, with these cases being unfiled, and then the court themselves decided to refile it without even asking me, and getting to where it is, and with you, Solicitor General, being Dean John Sauer. It's just unbelievable. So I think we're going to see some really shocking things, and this is just the beginning of some real big cleanup efforts.
Are people still able to contact you or go to your site and write a letter or whatever it is that you had them doing for a campaign?
They can still do that at LloydBrunson.com.
LloydBrunson.com. I'll put it down below. And some people had some questions for you, but they were nothing relevant. I mean, one of the questions is, do you and your brother still play the trumpets? I mean, Lloyd, I tried to get some good questions, man. Nobody came through, man. I'm telling you right now. Like,
that's okay. That's okay. Yeah, we've been.
I'll rattle these off to you.
We don't right now, but there's been pressure to get something going in that area. But I have a new coffee table Constitution book. Look at that picture. Isn't that great?
Oh, that's nice. And it's at LloydBrunson.com.
Did I get a copy
yes,
of this to you?
I have it.
You know, this really is the insurance policy. After everything is cleaned up, we need an insurance policy. And Thomas Jefferson gave us the answer as to how to. He said the only true corrective for constitutional abuse is education. And there's just a few clauses in here that people, once they become aware of, once enough people become aware of, goodbye to Bernie Sanders. This is the first publication ever to prove the Constitution clearly prohibits socialism. And it's obvious that our Congress doesn't know that. Otherwise, we wouldn't have people like Bernie Sanders. You know, he's taken an oath of the Constitution and he's publicly proclaiming himself as a socialist.
Yeah, it's insane.
It's because we don't have this book, the concepts in this. We ignored that last line.
And it's a nice book, folks. I have it at my house. Let me ask you some of these questions. There's just a few. How important is it for a program like Tactical Civics to be actively educating, gaining members to get local ordinances passed for things like bringing Congress home, the Bring Congress Home Act?
Well, I think the biggest piece of information we need to focus on, and that is what I was going to talk about, the last line of the Fifth Amendment. We have the Federal Reserve System creating money out of thin air. And even if they follow their guidelines, every $1 trillion they create is supposed to be profit for the Treasury, not tax debt. So we can't continue like this. That has to be exposed. And that's talked about in this book. And so once people understand that the first 10 amendments were not defined, they were not defined by the first Congress as the Bill of Rights. That's kind of a cloak. That's kind of a thing that hides the power within those first 10 amendments. They were defined as further declaratory and restrictive clauses to the Constitution. And the last line of the Fifth Amendment, one of those powerful clauses, is very clear. Nor shall your private property, which includes your money, be taken for public use without just compensation. Once a small percentage of America becomes aware of that power clause, and we hold our representatives' feet to the fire, game over this taxation problem.
It's over.
Yeah.
All right. So do you want to hear some of these questions? They're really surface level shit, man. Okay. You answered that. Do you guys still play the trumpet? I think you said yes.
No, we don't right now, but there's been some pressure to start up. So
I mean, these are the best I got, man. So I got one more question.
That's okay.
I can't even believe I'm going to ask you this, but people want to know, man. People want to know.
Do you
Should President Trump remove Pride Month and replace it with Veterans Month? We believe the people who spent risking their lives for this country should be getting 30 days of honor, not the sick people waving around pride flags everywhere ranting about not knowing their pronouns. My team and I decided to conduct a petition to have President Trump replace Pride Month with Veterans Month, and any patriot who signs this petition will automatically receive a...
You know how to how many people know how to get a note on the trumpet? You don't just blow air. You have to vibrate your lips. That's hard.
Crazy.
You have to do that to get a note on the trumpet. And then all the different ranges. It's a lot of hard work.
Why couldn't you have gone for an easier instrument like the harmonica?
I know.
It seems like that's a little easier.
Like bass, drums, and guitar, right?
Yeah. So, and I don't know where this question came from, but where do you get your sandwiches at? Subway or Firehouse Subs? I don't know where that came from.
Oh, I like Jimmy John's. I love that number 15, the tuna at Jimmy John's. And I've had Subway sandwiches, but my favorite right now is Jimmy John's.
I stopped eating that processed stuff, but I do eat Firehouse.
On sliced whole wheat. I don't like the white flour buns.
Jimmy John's, that's actually pretty good.
Yeah.
Well, Loy, I wish I had more questions for you, man. I put this up and I wanted to get an update. So we'll do some more updates as it gets closer.
All right. Okay.
Yeah, I appreciate you, Loy. Thank you. Thank you for joining me, man.
You too, Nino. Have a great evening.
All right. There's Nino and Loy. What did we establish, folks? Loy is not currently playing the trumpet, and that he prefers Jimmy John's. Tuna, if you're wondering. All right. Let's see where we're going to take this train next, because it doesn't look like our movie's come up yet. I've got so much stuff here to go through. I've got an interesting movie I think you guys might like. It involves the deep state. I've got some Kennedy movies too, some new ones. Got a video about Israel for last. I think I'm going to start here, though. It takes us back to Richard Nixon, of all places. Let's check it out.
49 states, 520 electoral college votes, the largest presidential landslide in American history. But less than halfway through his term in office, Richard Nixon was gone. Secret meetings between judges and prosecutors, evidence hidden from defense attorneys, biased juries, an unaccountable prosecution force packed with political enemies, congressional leaders who were out to get the president, and a dishonest media. All told, a corrupt judiciary, unaccountable prosecutors, and an overreaching Congress violated the due process rights of Richard Nixon and the Watergate defendants more than a dozen times. We will document all those due process violations, something that no one else has ever done over the course of more than half a century. This is how the deep state took down a president and created the playbook they've used ever since. On Thursday evening, August 8, 1974, President Richard Nixon addressed the nation from the Oval Office.
I shall resign the presidency effective at noon tomorrow.
Less than 2 years earlier, in November 1972, Nixon had been reelected in one of the greatest electoral college landslides in American history. Nixon won 49 states to McGovern's single state of Massachusetts and the District of Columbia. The final electoral college tally, 520 for Nixon, just 17 for McGovern. In the popular vote, Nixon captured 60% to McGovern's 37%. But in Washington, D.C., the same constituency that would populate the jury pools for the trials to come, Nixon received only 20% of the vote. What happened? More than 50 years later, the answer is painfully clear. The deep state, career officials in the executive and judicial branches of government, together with key politicians, took down Richard Nixon through a coordinated whole-of-government assault. Unprecedented prosecutorial misconduct, withholding of evidence that could have helped Nixon's defense, judicial misconduct, including prohibited secret meetings between judges and prosecutors, meetings that defense attorneys were never told about, and unprecedented violations of Fifth and Sixth Amendment rights. All of this packaged up and sold to the American people through one-sided reporting by all the dominant media outlets of the time: CBS, NBC, ABC, the New York Times, the Washington Post, Time, and Newsweek. I'm Michael Patrick Leahy, investigative journalist, author, radio host, and CEO of the Tennessee Star and the Star News Network. In this episode of Michael Patrick Leahy Investigates, we'll show you how the deep state took down Richard Nixon. Jeff Shepard was there. As a young White House lawyer starting in 1969, he witnessed the deep state takedown firsthand as it unfolded in the 21 months from 1972 to 1974. He spent the half-century since documenting the evidence.
I was born in Santa Barbara in 1944 and grew up in Southern California. So I went to Whittier College, a small Quaker institution in the hillsides of Los Angeles. But what turned out to be the most significant thing was I won the Richard Nixon Scholarship, which was presented by the Republican Women's Club of Whittier. And the scholarship dean called me up and said, you won the scholarship, go to this luncheon. So I went to lunch, and to everybody's surprise, so did Dick Nixon. We had a very pleasant conversation, and 2 weeks later, the scholarship dean called me up again and said, you must have made a heck of an impression on the former vice president. He doubled your scholarship and asked us to apply that money toward your tuition. I went off to law school, and he went off and got elected president. I graduated from Harvard Law School with honors in May of 1969, and I was awarded a White House fellowship 2 weeks later. Then after my fellowship year, I was hired by John Ehrlichman onto the newly formed Domestic Council. That's the counterpart to the National Security Council. And I was there, my first job out of law school, starting on the White House staff. And I stayed 5 years. I became associate director of the Domestic Council. And then because Watergate was starting to grow, and my assignments on the Domestic Council were law and order and crime and drugs and working with the Department of Justice, I joined Nixon's defense team. And I became or served as deputy counsel to his lead inside defense lawyer, Fred Khazar. In that capacity, I transcribed the tapes. I ran the document rooms holding the seized files. I briefed the presidential counselors on Watergate developments. As you all know, it ended rather badly. My proudest achievements were now an albatross on my neck, and I was basically unemployable. So I went to the special prosecutor and I said, this is no fair. I acted as a proper lawyer defending my president, and I talked him into what's called a clearance letter. I'm the only senior member of the Nixon White House to have such a letter. And it says, after checking with my task forces, I can tell you, you are not and have never been the object of an investigation of this office.
For Richard Nixon, it was an unfair end to a long and otherwise stellar political career. Born in 1913 to a family of modest means in Yorba Linda, California, Nixon graduated from Whittier College in 1934, the same small Quaker institution where Jeff Shepard would later win the Richard Nixon Scholarship, and then Nixon went to Duke Law School in 1937. During World War II, he served in the Navy in the Pacific. Nixon launched his first congressional campaign with $10,000 he won playing poker in the service. He served in the House from 1946 to 1950, where his investigation into Alger Hiss made his national reputation as a leading anti-communist. Elected to the U.S. Senate from California in 1950, Republican presidential candidate and World War II hero Dwight Eisenhower picked him as a running mate in 1952. After serving 2 terms as vice president, Nixon was a Republican nominee for president in 1960, losing narrowly to John F. Kennedy. Now, many people believe that race was stolen from him when questionable late ballots turned up overwhelmingly for Kennedy in Chicago, Illinois, and the Rio Grande Valley of Texas, turning a 270 to 254 Electoral College victory for Nixon into a 219 to 303 Electoral College loss. 8 years later, Nixon was back. He won a 301 to 191 Electoral College victory in the 1968 presidential election over Democrat Hubert Humphrey. He was aided by the 46 Electoral College votes Alabama Governor George Wallace won in 5 southern states. Now, in the summer of 1971, the Committee to Re-elect the President opened for business in offices at 1701 Pennsylvania Avenue, just a few blocks from the White House. Former White House aide Jeb Magruder was named as acting director. That was a holding position until Attorney General John Mitchell came over in March of '72, at which time Magruder became the deputy director. Nixon's first term was going well, and his re-election prospects were looking good. The Democrat presidential primary came down to a battle between Senator Ed Muskie from Maine and Senator George McGovern from South Dakota, with McGovern emerging in May as the presumptive nominee, 15 points behind Nixon in the polls. 1 month later, the famous break-in that triggered the downfall of the Nixon presidency took place. In the early morning hours of Saturday, June 17, 1972, 5 burglars were caught in the offices of the Democratic National Committee in the Watergate office complex and were arrested by Washington police. They were operating under the supervision of G. Gordon Liddy, an employee of the Committee to Re-elect the President, and E. Howard Hunt, a campaign consultant. The question was, who knew about the planned break-in? It turned out some pretty important people at President Nixon's re-election campaign did, and there was an effort to protect them. The historical record is clear. Nixon himself had no advanced knowledge of the break-in. But former Attorney General John Mitchell, who moved over to run the committee to re-elect the president in March of 1972, White House counsel John Dean, and Deputy Campaign Manager Jeb Magruder all knew that Liddy had proposed such a plan. Mitchell's biographer, journalist James Rosen, concluded Mitchell did not approve the illegal break-in. He thought it was most likely that John Dean approved it. In fact, the burglars broke into those offices twice. They were not caught the first time in May of 1972 when they planted listening devices, bugs, in the Democrat offices. But they were caught the second time in June of 1972 when they returned to replace a broken bug. Liddy may have acted on his own in that first break-in, but the second one was clearly authorized by Jeb Magruder because he believed John Dean wanted it. As for the cover-up of the involvement of committee officials in the break-in, that was run by John Dean. Jeff Shepard believes Dean ran the cover-up to keep the blame away from himself. To understand how the cover-up worked, you need to know about the man who ran it, White House counsel John Dean. Dean is regularly portrayed in popular culture as a whistleblower who courageously exposed the truth about Watergate. But the real John Dean, the one Jeff Shepard knew and worked with, was something very different.
John Dean is a prominent figure in the Watergate scandal and deserves special focus. I know him. I worked with him. I didn't care for him, but he was counsel to the president. Now, he was very young. I've researched his background. Interestingly, he never finished any school he started from high school to college to law school. There was always something that came up that moved him along. And then he was fired from his first job after law school after 6 months for unethical conduct. But he sprung back. He worked on the Hill, and then he worked at the Department of Justice, and then he was named to replace John Ehrlichman as counsel to the president on the White House staff. In that position, he was asked by Bob Haldeman to create a campaign intelligence plan. Every campaign has one. It's intelligence on your opponent. And John unfortunately recruited and hired Gordon Liddy to develop that plan. And Gordon developed a plan that is just off the charts. It envisioned mugging, bugging, kidnapping, and prostitution. John Dean was with Gordon at 2 meetings in Attorney General Mitchell's office where this plan was presented. So he knew all about it. And then when the folks got arrested, the burglars got arrested on June 17th, Dean quickly established that they were Gordon Liddy's people, the man he had hired. So Dean launched the cover-up. He told his superiors, Bob Haldeman and John Ehrlichman and Nixon, that nobody on the White House staff knew of this in advance. Little touchy because John Dean knew. Now, the FBI has said, the lead FBI agent, that he credits John Dean for 95% of the cover-up.
With John Dean orchestrating the cover-up from inside the White House, what followed was unprecedented in American history up until that point. A coordinated response involving the foundational institutions that are the basis of our constitutional system. The investigation that began in 1972 would eventually involve the judiciary, the executive branch, Congress, and the media, each playing a role that went far beyond their traditional constitutional boundaries. But in late June 1972, all that lay in the future. Earlier that month, just a few weeks before the break-in, a federal grand jury comprised of 23 residents of the District of Columbia, half of whom were government employees, had been convened, as was standard practice. The jury pool from which these grand jurors had been selected was decidedly anti-Richard Nixon. In the '68 presidential election, 80% of D.C. voters cast their ballots for Nixon's opponent, Hubert Humphrey. Several months later, the District of Columbia would join Massachusetts as the only geographical entities in which Nixon failed to win any electoral college votes in that 1972 landslide victory. It was before this grand jury, which would become known as the Watergate Grand Jury 1, that Principal Assistant U.S. Attorney for the District of Columbia, Earl Silbert, began presenting witnesses to testify about the break-in that summer. Immediately after the break-in, Silbert called the FBI in to begin the investigation. The 5 Watergate burglars were arrested early on the morning of Saturday, June 17th at 2:37 a.m. They were booked at 5:30 a.m. and incarcerated in a Washington, D.C. jail. Later that day, Angela Lano, the lead FBI investigator in the case, obtained evidence of the identity of the burglars from documents left in their hotel room at the Watergate complex, along with $2,300 in cash, mostly in $100 bills. The cash was soon traced back using serial numbers to much larger laundered cash donations forwarded to the committee by Ken Dahlberg. He was the businessman who headed the Midwest Finance Committee. In a 2009 interview, Lano would attribute 95% of the Watergate cover-up responsibility to John Dean.
Better than 95% of it on Dean's shoulders, because once I learned that he was getting these reports, then you go back and you look at the interviews that we were conducting at the White House, or people from the committee to reelect who came over and sat in Dean's office for an interview. You could see that a briefing had occurred and guidance was taken forth.
As it turns out, the campaign to reelect the president had raised over $10 million in donations in advance of a new law which went into effect on April 7th, 1972. They raised that money from sources who wanted to keep their contributions anonymous. The new law required the filing of a campaign report by all presidential campaigns to the GAO every fiscal quarter, which identified the name and address of every person who contributed more than $100. Now, of that $10 million in donations, $1.7 million came in the form of cash. That huge amount of cash was kept in safes located in the offices of the campaign to reelect the president, where it was a responsibility of Treasurer Hugh Sloan to make cash disbursements from those safes to persons on the campaign as authorized by Deputy Campaign Manager Jeb Magruder. Sloan would later testify before the Senate Watergate Committee that he disbursed $199,000 in cash to G. Gordon Liddy in the months leading up to the Watergate break-in. E. Howard Hunt, he was fired as a consultant to the campaign committee on June 26, and G. Gordon Liddy was fired as an employee on June 28th after he refused to be interviewed by the FBI. Assistant U.S. Attorney Silbert began presenting evidence, much of it provided by that FBI investigation, about the break into the grand jury on June 28th, the same day Liddy was fired. Treasurer Hugh Sloan later testified that Jeb Magruder asked him to lie to the grand jury about the purpose of the funds he had disbursed to Liddy, and that John Dean asked him to plead the fifth. He refused to do either, and he resigned from the committee on July 14th, 1972. Magruder had better luck with suborning perjury with Bart Porter, another CRP employee, who testified dishonestly that summer to the grand jury about the Liddy disbursements. At the Senate Watergate hearings the following year, Bart Porter testified that John Dean told him, quote, to lie like you've never lied before, end quote, in advance of his Watergate grand jury testimony. Sloan testified truthfully before the grand jury on August 22nd, and on September 15th, all 5 burglars, as well as E. Howard Hunt and G. Gordon Liddy, were indicted by the grand jury on charges of burglary, wiretapping, and conspiracy. Now, before we examine what happened inside the federal courts in the District of Columbia during Watergate, It's important to discuss two very significant concepts in American justice. First is due process. You've heard it all over the news, and we've mentioned it a few times already. In many ways, it is the cornerstone of liberty and is discussed by name right there in the Fifth Amendment to the Constitution, part of the Bill of Rights as ratified in 1791. But as Jeff Shepard tells us, that basic right was systematically denied to Watergate defendants.
Well, if you're ever indicted, and I hope you're not, you've got two things on your side. You get a lawyer, and you have the Fifth Amendment to the Constitution promising you due process. It's a ambiguous concept, but with regard to the trial, it envisions a fair and impartial judge, even-handed nonpartisan prosecutors, untainted and unbiased jurors, and an automatic right of appeal to an equally unbiased appellate court. But Watergate defendants got none of these things.
Another element essential to a fair and unbiased judiciary involves the term ex parte. This Latin phrase means from one side only. In our judicial system, ex parte meetings are where a judge meets privately with one side of a case without the other side present. It is strictly forbidden because this violates the fundamental principle that justice must be impartial. These meetings are not just inappropriate, they're illegal.
Judge Sirica was chief judge during Watergate of the D.C. District Court, but not on the merits. He got it by order of seniority. He was the most reversed judge in all the district judges in the district. He was nicknamed Maximum John because he typically sentenced defendants when convicted to the maximum allowable under law. He was an ignorant, arrogant little man who longed for the spotlight. Now, he wrote his autobiography, his famous book about his conduct as judge, and he disclosed that he really didn't understand legal concepts in law school, that he was more surprised than anybody when he passed the bar, said that he had organized and promoted fights in the district when it was a felony. Just a very dislikable man who was as biased a judge as you could possibly imagine, meeting with lots and lots of interested parties and ex parte meetings, making rulings that were absolutely indefensible. And you're sitting there saying, how could you possibly get a fair trial in front of this judge?
Judge Sirica demonstrated his bias as well as his willingness to violate the due process rights of the defendants almost immediately when he began holding ex parte meetings, that is, those private, off-the-record, unofficial, and illegal meetings with a well-known Washington, D.C. journalist who hated Richard Nixon.
Clark Malinoff is not a particularly well-known name today. But in our era, back in the 1970s, he was the dean of the investigative reporters in Washington, D.C. He ran the Washington office of the Des Moines Register. He was a big man, 6'4", very assertive, very aggressive. He talked to Nixon into hiring him as an ombudsman, but he quit in a huff after 10 months. Because he couldn't get enough face time with the president. And he became the president's fiercest critic with credibility because he'd been on the staff. He was also a close friend of Chief Judge John Sirica of the D.C. Circuit and saw him a lot of times after Sirica had named himself to preside over the burglary trial. And Clark Malinoff writes in his book, since I had been burnt badly because of my faith in Richard Nixon, I hesitated to write or speak of my conviction that Judge Sirica would be a trustworthy and aggressive judge. This reluctance endured despite long conversations with him in the fall of 1972, in which we talked of the importance of honest government, and I expressed a belief in the eventual triumph of right over wrong. Now, what he's saying is he was lobbying the judge, who was a good friend of his, on how to conduct the break-in trial. Sirica's conduct of that trial was truly bizarre. He fancied himself a pursuer of truth, not a judge, not presiding over the prosecution of the burglars, but someone responsible for uncovering why they were there, if there were any higher-ups. He wanted the spotlight. He wanted credit for uncovering the truth.
The executive, judicial, and legislative branches each played their roles in the Watergate investigation. But there was a fourth institution that wielded enormous influence over public opinion and the political process, the press. The media's role in Watergate has been widely celebrated, but the new insights that we have reveal practices that raise serious questions about journalistic standards and the relationship between reporters and law enforcement. At the center of the Watergate story were two Washington Post reporters, Bob Woodward and Carl Bernstein. Woodward served as a Navy communications officer with top-secret clearance, briefing senior Pentagon officials during the Vietnam War. His intelligence background gave him unique access to the national security establishment.
Bob Woodward began to cultivate the most famous anonymous source in history before he was even a reporter. It was 1970. Woodward was finishing a tour in the U.S. Navy. He was delivering classified documents to the Nixon White House. As Woodward sat in a small waiting area outside the Situation Room, a tall, distinguished-looking older man sat down beside him. Woodward started to talk and talk. He tells the story in his new book, The Secret Man. And you pour your heart out to him. You're a needy young man. I was adrift. Woodward's captive listener turned out to be a top man at the FBI, an agency that at the time had an aura of invincible power and prestige. Woodward's acquaintance was named W. Mark Felt. He was this kind of flamboyant character, a G-man through and through. Did that appeal to you at that time?
Well, it was his reserve and that sense of here's somebody who's on the inside of the secrets, somebody who's used to giving orders and having them obeyed. A Hoover man through and through.
A Hoover man, as in J. Edgar Hoover, the FBI's director for life.
Woodward first met FBI Associate Director Mark Felt in 1970, 2 years before Watergate. This wasn't a chance encounter between a reporter and a source. It was a relationship between two intelligence professionals that would become the foundation for one of the most influential media narratives in American history.
A couple of days later, the Washington Post police reporter found another key to the mystery.
The address books of two of the burglars had these entries, W.H. H. Hunt and W. House Howard Hunt. And, what does that mean? So I called Hunt and he slammed down the phone.
So Woodward turned to a trusted source in a high place, a source he had been cultivating for 2 years, who demanded that he never be quoted or named.
He gave me the first key piece of information saying, don't worry, Howard Hunt is involved, and this is serious.
Hunt worked part-time for Charles Colson, a key aide to Richard Nixon.
It was the first White House connection.
Woodward wasn't working this story alone. From the beginning, his partner was another young reporter.
As lead FBI investigator Angelo Lano said years later, Mark Felt was the man running the FBI investigation into the Watergate break-in, the man to whom he reported.
Who was Mark Felt? What was he? What role, if any, did he play in your investigation?
Mark Felt was the second in command of the FBI. When Gray wasn't around, he was basically running the show. What role he played for us? He was basically overseeing the investigation.
Whatever Felt's motivations, he had access to information that could damage Nixon. Woodward needed access to that to build his career. Together, they would package the Watergate story in a way that served both their interests. But Woodward and Bernstein did not just rely on FBI sources. Right around the time Judge Sirica was holding illegal ex parte meetings with Clark Mollenhoff, the Washington Post reporting duo intentionally compromised the secrecy of the Watergate grand jury. Federal Rule of Criminal Procedures 6E prohibits disclosing the proceedings of the grand jury, except when authorized by the court. If a grand juror talks to a reporter about the proceedings, he or she is subject to contempt of court charges. Somehow, Woodward and Bernstein obtained the name of at least one grand juror. We know this because Carl Bernstein wrote a 7-page memo dated December 4th, 1972, about his interview with what he said was a female grand juror he referred to as CB. This memo was not publicly disclosed for 45 years until it was revealed in a 2017 Politico article. In their 1974 book, All the President's Men, Woodward and Bernstein referenced a source they called Z, supposedly a secretary for the president's re-election committee, who told them the grand jury was questioning witnesses about information that went beyond the 7 defendants and involved a Nixon campaign slush fund. But Z was not a secretary. Z was a member of the Watergate grand jury itself. Even John Dean found this revelation troubling, stating that Woodward improperly obtained the list of grand jurors and Bernstein conducted the interviews.
That would be a very fast way to get in contempt of court, if not even deeper criminal problems, obstruction of justice.
A decade later, using the same techniques he refined during Watergate, Bob Woodward wrote a biography of the late comedian John Belushi titled Wired, a book published in 1984. Belushi's friend and fellow Saturday Night Live comedian Bill Murray blasted the honesty of Woodward's description of Belushi in the book.
When I read Wired, the book written by, Woodward, about Belushi, I read like 5 pages of Wired, and I went, oh my God, they framed Nixon. like, all of a sudden I went, oh my God, if this is what he writes about my friend that I've known, for half my adult life, which is completely inaccurate, talking to like the people of the outer circle getting the story, what the hell could they have done to Nixon?
Had anyone known about these illegal ex parte meetings between Judge Sirica and Mollenhoff, Sirica would have been forced to recuse himself from the case. But those meetings were not known, and Sirica stayed firmly in control. 5 of the Watergate burglary trial defendants pleaded guilty to all counts when the trial began in January of 1973. McCord and Liddy were convicted on all counts by a jury of 12 D.C. residents when the trial ended on January 30th. McCord fired his attorney 10 days into the trial. On March 19th, after he was convicted, but before sentencing, and apparently without the benefit of his subsequent counsel, McCord delivered a letter to Judge Sirica in which he stated, 1. There was political pressure applied to the defendants to plead guilty and remain silent. 2. Perjury occurred during the trial in matters highly material to the very structure, orientation, and impact of the government's case and to the motivation and intent of the defendants. And 3, others involved in the Watergate operation were not identified during the trial, when they could have been by those testifying. On March 23, 1973, Judge Sirica sentenced G. Gordon Liddy to a prison term of 6 years and 8 months to 20 years for the conspiracy, burglary, and wiretapping. Sirica did not sentence McCord until November 15th of that year. He gave him 1 to 5 years in prison for the same charges as Liddy, but McCord only served 4 months in prison because he had cooperated. In contrast, Liddy served more than 4.5 years in a federal prison until President Jimmy Carter commuted his sentence to no more than 8 years, and the parole board released him in September 1977. McCord's letter served to whet Sirica's appetite. for control of all things related to the Watergate investigations. He would orchestrate events over the following 2 years to make sure he maintained control. Four decades before Donald Trump's first Attorney General, Jeff Sessions, recused himself from overseeing the Mueller investigation into the false claims of Russian manipulation of the 2016 election, Richard Nixon's Attorney General nominee, Elliot Richardson, did far worse. When Attorney General Richard Kleindienst resigned on April 30th, 1973, Nixon nominated Elliot Richardson to replace him. Richardson served in Nixon's cabinet, first as Secretary of Health, Education, and Welfare, then as Secretary of Defense. He had zero involvement in Watergate, the perfect choice to restore credibility. There was political pressure to establish a special prosecutor to investigate Watergate, and so Richardson quickly asked his former Harvard Law School professor, Archibald Cox, if he would take on the task. Cox agreed, but there was a problem.
It's one of the most flagrant due process violations that you can imagine. When Nixon nominated Elliot Richardson to be Attorney General, he picked him because he had no involvement whatsoever in Watergate. But Richardson did not want to be Attorney General. He'd been under Secretary of State, Secretary of HEW, Health, Education, and Welfare, Secretary of Defense. And he wanted someday to run for president. Getting involved in Watergate was not a good idea from his point of view. But the Senate Judiciary Committee, under the leadership of Senator Edward Kennedy, expanded that, exploited that into the creation of a Watergate Special Prosecution Force headed by a special prosecutor, Archibald Cox, who was Kennedy's choice, but had been Richardson's labor teacher at Harvard years before. That Watergate Special Prosecution Force was not created by act of Congress. It was created by demand of the Senate Judiciary Committee as a condition of Elliot Richardson being confirmed. Archibald Cox was the Triple Crown winner of Democrat politics. He traveled on the campaign trail with Jack Kennedy in 1960. He was his principal speechwriter. He'd assembled the famous Harvard Brain Trust for Jack Kennedy. He'd served in the Kennedy administration at the Department of Justice as Solicitor General, the number 3 ranking lawyer in the department. And he was staffing Edward Kennedy on his resistance to Nixon's nominees for the Supreme Court. You couldn't have found a more politically biased prosecutor than Archibald Cox.
Think about that. Nixon's own Attorney General appointee chose the most partisan prosecutor possible, a man who had literally worked to defeat Nixon in 1960 and was actively opposing Nixon's Supreme Court nominees. But as Jeff Shepard tells us, that is just the beginning.
As Senator Kennedy's staff on the Judiciary Committee discovered that they could not only get Richardson to agree to nominate or hire one of their favorites to be the special prosecutor, they could get him to agree to the establishment of an entirely separate, independent Watergate Special Prosecution Force. Now, at the time, I was rooming with other Harvard lawyers, one of whom worked for Senator Birch Bayh, who was also on the Senate Judiciary Committee. And he was telling me that the Kennedy people discovered that Richardson had no backbone. They could keep pushing him and pushing him and pushing him, And he ultimately agreed to a set of regulations that he would promulgate. This is not congressionally enacted. He would promulgate, called the guidelines, that gave the special prosecution force complete and independent authority, unreviewed by anybody else within the Department of Justice, and certainly not the Attorney General. So what you had was a group created within the Nixon administration, within their Department of Justice, that was set up to take the Nixon administration down.
On May 21st, the Senate Judiciary Committee unanimously voted 17-0 to recommend Richardson's confirmation. On May 23rd, the Senate voted 82-3 to confirm him. Richardson formally named Cox as Watergate special prosecutor. Cox then turned to Harvard Law colleague James Vorenberg to staff the Watergate Special Prosecution Force. What happened next was unprecedented in American justice.
Archibald Cox was a labor lawyer. He wasn't a prosecutor. His first hire was a fellow professor from Harvard Law School who taught criminal law, a gentleman by the name of James Vorenberg. And he proceeded to take responsibility for staffing their department. And he talked the administrative people at the Department of Justice into an initial staffing opportunity, a table of organization and employment of 92 slots. So from the very beginning, this was going to be huge. It actually grew to 156. And then when he went to hire, since they didn't have time, he claimed, for FBI investigations of these staffing people, they only hired people they knew, people they had taught, or the friends of people they had taught. And so what you ended up with was dozens and dozens of specially recruited, highly partisan people who all knew each other. The top 17 lawyers had all worked together in the Kennedy Johnson Department of Justice. There was no blend of or different point of view. They were hired because they hated Richard Nixon, and they mainly came from Ivy League law schools. You talk about an outrageous prosecution setup. This was that.
The annihilation of Richard Nixon's second term was not confined to one institution. It moved across them. First came the judiciary, where fair trials gave way to private meetings and predetermined outcomes. Then came the media, which was almost unanimous in its hatred of Richard Nixon. Then came the legislative branch, which took control of part of the executive branch, the Department of Justice, took it away from the president and replaced it with an army of partisan, anti-Nixon prosecutors. At the same time, it created a special committee to investigate the Watergate break-in. It was equipped with subpoena power, televised hearings, and a growing public appetite for scandal. In February 1973, the Senate formed the Senate Select Committee on Presidential Campaign Activities, nicknamed the Ervin Committee after its chairman, Democrat Sam Ervin of North Carolina. The Democratic members joining Ervin were Joseph Montoya of New Mexico, Herman Talmadge of Georgia, and Daniel Inouye of Hawaii, each eager to remove Nixon. The Republican members were Howard Baker of Tennessee, serving as ranking minority member, along with Ed Gurney of Florida and Lowell Weicker of Connecticut. They were not there to defend Nixon. In fact, Weicker would later admit the only reason he joined the committee was to sink Richard Nixon. With 4 Democrats and 3 Republicans, any committee action required at least 1 Republican vote to join the Democratic majority, an easy ask with these 3 Republicans. Now, all they needed was a star witness, and lucky for them, John Dean would come along at just the right time to play that role. But he had some steep conditions before he would take center stage.
When John Dean came in to switch sides, he offered to testify against other people at the president's reelection committee in exchange for immunity. And what he wanted was called transactional immunity, freedom from any charge in exchange for becoming a government witness. The career prosecutors would not grant him that because they felt he was central to the entire wrongdoing. So his politically connected Democrat lawyer arranged with the Ervin Committee, the Senate Select Committee on the 72 election, to grant him use immunity. Use immunity is slightly more constricted, and it means the government, the prosecutors cannot use what you say before the Congress in court against you. So John got use immunity. Then that required a judge to confirm. That went in front of Sirica. And Archibald Cox comes in before Sirica and says, don't do this. Condition it upon Dean testifying in private, not in public. You'll poison the jury pool. And Sirica wasn't about to do that because he'd advocated the creation of the Ervin Committee. So he ruled against that idea. But it gives you an idea from the beginning what was going on. The politicized prosecutors, the Watergate Special Prosecution Force, they wouldn't give Dean immunity either. And they write in their book that the idea to charge him with one felony was brilliant because it looked like he wasn't going to get away with his crimes. Of course, it was fake because John Dean never spent a single night in jail.
After receiving use immunity, Dean's appearance at the committee was made for television. He got a haircut. He replaced his trendy outfits with conservative suits. He got rid of the contact lenses and wore tortoiseshell glasses. And, of course, his very beautiful blonde wife, Maureen Mo Dean, was always in the camera frame, sitting behind her man as he testified. In his questioning of Dean following his testimony, Senator Baker asked this now famous question of John Dean on June 29, 1973.
What did the president know, and when did he know it?
Here's Senator Baker's setup for that question as he posed it to John Dean.
Please believe me, I'm not trying to attack your testimony, but rather to organize it for our own committee purposes. Now, there's one other thing I'd like to say, and it may or may not be possible to do this. And again, I'm not being critical of you as a witness. As I said just a moment ago, I think you've been a very remarkable witness. But when I used to practice law, I used to call on the trial judge from time to time to instruct the witness to first answer the question and then to explain it. So I hope I can keep my questions brief, and I hope you might preface your answers with a yes or no, if that's possible, and then whatever explanation you wish. Certainly.
Baker would later ask that same question of other witnesses who came before the committee, though perhaps not as gently.
The one thing that keeps recurring to me, and the one thing I've tried to put to every witness that has unique information, in addition to their own personal information and knowledge, is what did the president know and when did he first know it? Now, you were closer to the president of the United States more often than probably any other person in the world outside his immediate family. Now, I want to know what you can tell me in that respect. What did the president know and when did he know it?
Years later, Baker told John Siegenthaler, former editor of the Tennessean and a former aide to Robert F. Kennedy, of a private meeting he had with Nixon before the committee began its hearings.
I called President Nixon on the telephone. I said, Mr. President, I am the senior Republican on this committee, and I would like to come down and talk to you. And he said, of course, and I did the next day, as I remember. And he was in his office in the old EOB, the old executive office building across the street from the Oval Office. And when I walked in, I said something like, Mr. President, I'm the senior member of this committee, and I want you to know I'm going to protect your rights. I'm your friend, and I'm the senior Republican. He said, I thank you. And we chatted for a few minutes. And then I said, this, I guess, it was an important point in my life, because then I said, I do hope my friend John Mitchell doesn't have any problems. And Nixon said, well, Howard, he may. And a light bulb went off in my head, and I decided, you know, Baker, you don't know as much about this situation as you think you do. And you better just put your head down and charge into this thing and let the facts fall where they will. That was not often when you find a single moment, a defining moment, when you make a decision of that magnitude, but that was such a moment. And I decided that, notwithstanding my personal friendship with Nixon, that he had campaigned for me in my races for the Senate, that he was a Republican president, I was a senior Republican, notwithstanding all of that, this was a very serious matter, and then I didn't know much about it, and I'd better find out. And that's when I decided to do that, and I hope it does not sound vain to me to say that, but I think we did a pretty good job with it.
In July 1973, former White House aide Alexander Butterfield, now the head of the Federal Aviation Administration, delivered stunning testimony about the existence of a taping system at the White House.
I was aware of listening devices. Yes, sir.
When were those devices placed in the Oval Office?
Approximately the summer of 1970. I cannot begin to recall the precise date. My guess, Mr. Thompson, is that the installation was made between, and this is a very rough guess, April or May of 1970 and perhaps the end of the summer or early fall 1970.
Are you aware of any devices that were installed in the Executive Office Building office of the President?
Yes, sir, at that time.
Everyone wanted those tapes, but they were protected by executive privilege, right? Special Prosecutor Cox appeared to be unstoppable, and the judge who had maneuvered himself to hear the case, Judge John Sirica, was all but assured to deliver rulings that favored the special prosecutor and damaged the president. But Sirica was a loose cannon whose decisions were frequently reversed by the U.S. Court of Appeals because they were often not based on solid legal principles. To make sure that any Sirica ruling would not be reversed, Cox arranged a secret meeting with the D.C. Circuit Court Chief Judge David Bazelon. Of course, such an ex parte meeting was unethical and illegal, but, the judge was a friend.
Well, that's one of the most startling disclosures from Watergate and the lack of due process. It has to do with Archibald Cox and Chief Judge of the D.C. Circuit, David Bazelon. Cox became so worried about Judge Sirica's bizarre pro-prosecution rulings that he worried they'd win at trial. They could hardly lose with Sirica on their side, but it would be reversed on appeal. Sirica was already the most reversed judge in the district, and it was usually for failure to provide defendants' rights provided in the Constitution. So he went to see Judge Bazelon. It was a friend of his. And he said, what you ought to do is be sure you hear these appeals from Sirica's criminal rulings with a full court. There were 9 judges on the D.C. Circuit throughout Watergate. But if you had a normal appeal, it would go to a 3-judge panel. Well, that meant it was statistically possible you might get 2 conservatives on a 3-judge panel. So what he said to Judge Bazelon was make them all 9-judge panels from the beginning. It's never happened in any court at any time since the beginning of our republic, but it was done in all 12 cases from Sirica's criminal trials.
And so the special prosecutor secretly met with the chief judge to rig the appeals process. No defense attorneys, no record, no ethics review, just a private conversation to ensure favorable rulings. Meanwhile, the Watergate grand jury and special prosecutor Archibald Cox wanted those tapes, and Judge Sirica issued an order requiring Nixon to produce them. Nixon appealed, but the Court of Appeals agreed with Sirica. They gave him 5 days to produce the tapes. Nixon offered a compromise, having Senator John Stennis verify transcripts, but Cox refused. On October 20th, 1973, Nixon ordered Attorney General Richardson to fire Cox. Richardson refused and resigned. The media portrayed this as a Saturday night massacre, a desperate power grab by a flailing chief executive.
Constitutional crisis in its history. The president has fired the special Watergate prosecutor, Archibald Cox. Because of the president's action, the attorney general has resigned. Elliot Richardson has quit, saying he cannot carry out Mr. Nixon's instructions.
But what it really was Nixon trying to regain control of his own Department of Justice. Outflanked by the left and losing in the press, Nixon backed down. On November 1st, 1973, he named Leon Jaworski as the new Watergate special prosecutor. And that army of 156 Kennedy partisans, they stayed on the job, still fully independent of any Department of Justice supervision.
What is amazing about Watergate is that Judge Sirica had an open door policy. It was almost that anybody could come see him and talk about the case. We've already talked about Clark Molinoff meeting with Judge Sirica and talking about how he should try the case. We know Sirica took the original prosecutor, Earl Silbert, aside and told him how Sirica thought he should prosecute the case. But the most flagrant, there's a whole series of meetings with Jaworski, Leon Jaworski, the second special prosecutor, in his private meetings with Judge Sirica. And what is astonishing is they made a written record of these meetings.
What's more is that these weren't just casual conversations, they were strategic coordination sessions.
So the earliest one is a letter dated December 27th that describes their meeting on December 14th with Judge Sirica and Judge Gazelle, who presided over the Plumbers trial. The four top Watergate prosecutors met in private with the two judges who were going to preside over the prosecutions. Then again, in February 11th, Jaworski goes back to talk to Sirica again to lobby him about a ruling that's going to come before him on sending grand jury evidence that's supposed to be secret up to the Congress where it can be used in Nixon's impeachment.
The most brazen due process violation against Watergate defendants came on March 1st, 1974, when the cover-up indictments were unsealed.
It was well known at the time that Judge Sirica wanted to appoint himself to preside over the cover-up trial. He presided over the burglary trial, savagely attacking the defendants, and was actually named Time Magazine's Man of the Year for his conduct of the burglary trial. He wanted another shot at his 15 minutes of fame.
Under normal procedures, cases are assigned randomly. This required special coordination.
On March 1st, when the indictments were going to come down, that was when the comprehensive cover-up indictments were going to be unsealed. It was a complicated situation. So Jaworski goes into Sirica's chambers and they rehearse their individual parts in the hearing that's going to take place later that morning. And then they get back together after the hearing and congratulate each other on how well it went and promise to keep in touch. But Jaworski dictates a memo to his file memorializing these agreements.
Sirica did not stop his due process violations there. He then violated the Brady Rule, which requires the prosecution to turn over exculpatory evidence to the defense.
If you think about it, the prosecutors hold all the cards. They've got time, money, grand jury, and the ability to make decisions. If you get indicted, and I hope you don't, the only thing you have is your lawyer and the Bill of Rights. And the Bill of Rights guarantees you due process. Due process amounts to getting a fair trial. When the roadmap, the prosecutor's secret report on Dick Nixon, was sprung on them on March 1st, 1974, with the comprehensive Watergate indictment, Bob Haldeman's lawyer, John Wilson, wrote Sirica a very brief letter and said, have you been meeting with the other side? But Nixon's lawyers and the defendant's lawyers were shocked and appalled at this roadmap that was sprung on them. So he writes them a letter, writes Sirica a letter, and he copies all counsel. They can't win at any cost. They have to play fair. And one of the most famous requirements of playing fair is called the Brady Rule, and it's named after a Supreme Court case that ruled if in the course of their prosecution, prosecutors come across evidence that's helpful to the defendants, they must share it. And this simple letter, which Sirica never responded to, copied all the prosecutors, all counsel. That put them under a Brady Rule obligation to come forward and disclose ex parte meetings with the judge. Now, there are, by my count, at least 5 special prosecutors who participated in these ex parte meetings. Each one of them, separately and as a group, are required under due process of law and the Brady Rule to disclose their meetings, but they did not.
As the cover-up trial approached, the defense attorneys made a final play. They wanted to move the trial out of Washington, D.C. It was perhaps a long shot given the judge, but clearly something that should have happened in a fair trial.
One of the due process requirements of a fair trial is you're supposed to have a jury of your peers that is neither tainted by pre-trial publicity nor politically biased. And the site of the trial, or the picking of the site for the trial, normally where the crime was committed, that's called venue. And the defendants made a huge case to say they can't get a fair trial in the District of Columbia. Good heavens, there was 57,000 column inches of news, all negative, against these defendants. The District of Columbia is the most dominant Democrat jurisdiction in the country.
Sirica, however, had already made up his mind.
Sirica said, no, you can't move it, and said before he ruled on their motion to move it, I'm convinced that you can get as fair a jury in the district as you can anyplace else. So they ran to the Court of Appeals. They said, he's prejudged the issue, and we have a right to a fair jury pool.
But the Court of Appeals upheld Sirica because Judge Bazelon delivered the unusual en banc hearing of the Court of Appeals that the first special prosecutor, Archibald Cox, had suggested in that illegal ex parte meeting back in October of 1973.
One of the critical elements of due process in any criminal prosecution is the absolute right to appeal to an appellate court to test the propriety of your trial. In the federal system, there's a circuit court of appeals, usually with a 3-judge panel. Well, in Watergate, that would be to the D.C. Circuit. The D.C. Circuit was dominated by a liberal bloc of 5 judges under Chief Judge David Bazelon.
Instead of 3-judge panels, Bazelon implemented Cox's plan.
There are 12 appeals from Sirica's criminal rulings. This is where Bazelon followed Cox's advice. All 12 are heard by the full court, sitting as a 9-member court from the get-go, thereby assuring liberal dominance. And, of course, Sirica is upheld in every single appeal. So the corruption, the judicial corruption, not started down in the district court with Judge Sirica, but affected the D.C. Circuit.
By early 1974, Judge John Sirica and Special Prosecutor Leon Jaworski faced a legal dilemma. They amassed a trove of secret grand jury materials, but concluded a sitting president could not be indicted under existing law. What if there was another way to get that evidence into the light of day? Turns out there was, but it involved yet another violation of the due process rights of the Watergate cover-up defendants.
One of the developments during the course of the Watergate investigations was that Sirica and Jaworski agreed the law was too unclear as to whether a sitting president could be indicted. So they decided, in yet another ex parte meeting, that they would take the grand jury evidence that they had gathered to prosecute Nixon and give it to the House Judiciary Committee so it could be used to impeach Nixon. Now, grand jury information under Rule 6E of the Federal Rules of Criminal Procedure is supposed to be secret forever. But they wanted to get this up to the Congress, and their approach was a secret sealed report that they nicknamed the Roadmap. And Jaworski actually called on Sirica in advance of this being presented in open court to lobby Sirica on this issue that was going to come before him for ruling. And sure enough, he ruled in favor of sending this roadmap up to the Congress. Now, the roadmap's got lots of misrepresentations and falsehoods in it, but one of the things that's just outrageous is it contained in a briefcase that was sealed 12 White House tapes. Now, the courts had already ruled that because of the separation of powers construct of our Constitution, the House could not have documents the executive was unwilling to share. It could impeach them for not providing them, but it couldn't have them. And yet, Sirica did this surreptitiously. He knew when he forwarded this stuff to the Hill that it had White House tapes in it.
The House Judiciary Committee began its impeachment investigation in May of 1974, using the sealed roadmap as a source material while keeping its content secret. The committee conducted witness interviews as part of its constitutional duty to determine whether grounds existed for presidential impeachment. On July 27, 1974, the House Judiciary Committee voted 27-11 to adopt the first article of impeachment, charging obstruction of the investigation into the Watergate break-in. On July 29th, they adopted a second article charging misuse of powers and violation of the presidential oath of office. The media's packaging of Watergate was overwhelming. The major networks amplified the Washington Post narrative, creating an echo chamber of coordinated coverage that served a single purpose: ensuring Nixon's guilt was predetermined in the court of public opinion.
All these jurors kept saying, I think they're guilty as hell.
Walter Cronkite, the most trusted man in America, aired a two-part special on CBS Evening News about Watergate on October 27th and 31st of 1972, featuring Woodward and Bernstein's reporting from the Washington Post. Ben Bradley, the paper's editor at the time, wrote that Cronkite's coverage gave the story a kind of blessing, which is exactly what we needed. Cronkite would go on to win an Emmy for his Watergate coverage. Night after night, Americans were fed a steady diet of Watergate coverage that presumed guilt. The regular coverage turned Woodward and Bernstein into household names. The Post won the Pulitzer Prize in '73 for its Watergate coverage. By April of 1976, the movie All the President's Men, based on Woodward and Bernstein's '74 book of the same name, won 4 Oscars, including Best Supporting Actor and Best Adopted Screenplay. On July 24, 1974, the Supreme Court unanimously upheld Special Prosecutor Jaworski's subpoena for 64 additional White House tapes for use in the cover-up trial. Among them was a recording from June 23, 1972, just 6 days after the Watergate break-in. It would come to be known as the smoking gun. President Nixon asked his defense attorney, Fred Bussard, to review the tape. Bussard was horrified by what he heard and demanded its release. On August 5th, the White House complied. Nixon resigned 3 days later, and President Ford issued a pardon for Nixon a month later in September. But here's the twist. The so-called smoking gun was not what it seemed. Jeff Shepard, one of the first people to review the tape, was the staffer who personally transcribed it.
I'm rather familiar with the tape because I was the third person to hear it after Nixon and Bussard. I'm the one who prepared the transcript. Now, I called it the smoking gun, reacting to Fred Bussard's absolute horror in hearing this Nixon agreement. What's interesting is the lawyers were wrong. It's very clear they were wrong. They misinterpreted the meaning of the tape.
The recording captured Nixon agreeing with Haldeman to suggest the CIA tell the FBI to back off of its investigation. Let's listen. At first glance, it appeared to be a direct obstruction of justice, but the deeper context was never made clear, not even to Nixon himself. The FBI had traced suspicious $100 bills found on the burglars back to a Miami bank. From there, they uncovered a series of cashier's checks connected to two prominent Democrat donors, Robert H. Allen and Dwayne Andreas, who had quietly contributed to Nixon's campaign before the new disclosure law took effect on April 7, 1972. To keep those pre-April donations private, the funds were routed through middlemen and eventually converted to cash by Watergate burglar Bernard Barker. That cash was later used, without the knowledge of the campaign treasurer, to fund the break-in.
When the FBI called up these people who wrote the cashier's checks, they called Maurice Stans, the finance chairman, who had arranged for the donations, and said, "We're going to get disclosed." So Stans called John Dean and said, "We got to stop this. This is horrible." And Dean came up with this idea because he had just met with Pat Gray, acting head of the FBI. And Gray said, "We think we've run into a CIA operation. There's all these foreigners involved. There's international banks, international money, and we think it's a agency operation." So Dean told Haldeman that this was going to be simple. Just get the CIA to tell the FBI not to interview these two people. And that's what the tape clearly covers.
This theory wasn't new. It had already been floated publicly. What was new was that Nixon had been looped in, but his lawyers and the public misunderstood what they were hearing. Even John Dean later admitted that in his 2014 book, The Nixon Defense.
Well, the lawyers misunderstood. They demanded it be released, and the release sunk any vestige of Nixon's support. John Dean himself finally fessed up to the mistake in a book published in 2014 called The Nixon Defense. And it's at footnoted pages 54 and 55. And he says right there, it's been misunderstood from the get-go. If Nixon had known the real purpose, he might have lived again to fight another day. And I'm quoting, "In short, the smoking gun was shooting blanks."
By late July 1974, the walls were closing in. The Supreme Court had ruled unanimously that Nixon must turn over the tapes. The House Judiciary Committee had voted to recommend impeachment. But the final blow would come from an unexpected source, a single recording that would destroy what remained of Nixon's presidency in just 4 days. The tape that would end it all was transcribed by a young White House lawyer who had spent months defending the president. What he found would force him to make an impossible choice: stay silent or help bring down the administration he had served.
The end of the Nixon presidency came quickly and dramatically. The Supreme Court ruled the 64 tapes had to be turned over on July 24th. On July 27th, the House Judiciary Committee voted its first article of impeachment, recommending impeachment by the House. We heard the smoking gun tape. We demanded it be released on August 5th. That was a tense day. I was asked to go over to the West Wing and meet with the president's top counselors and read them the transcript that we were going to release at about 4:30, 5 o'clock that evening. Very tense group. But one of them said, I remember, "Do you mean to tell me we're going to lose the presidency over this decision not to let the FBI interview two people?" And I said, yes. And I went back to Khazar, gave him back the transcript. There was only one existing transcript at this time. And said, they don't understand. He said it'll become clear enough after it's been made public.
But Shepard realized something the senior staff had not considered: the human cost of what was about to happen.
So the other thing I said to Fred Bizarre and to Al Haig is, you've got to warn the other members of the staff. And they said, well, what do you mean? I said, these people have hung on loyally throughout this whole Watergate scandal. You're now going to release a tape that contradicts everything they've been told. You've got to warn them or they'll quit. They have to quit when their leader falls. And we're going to need them for Jerry Ford. So we had an all-hands-on-deck meeting in the old EOB. I wrote Al Haig's comments, And he said, you've been with us the long haul. Something's going to happen. Don't leave. Your country needs you. You've got to stay for the good of your country.
At 5 o'clock that evening, the smoking gun transcript was released to the public. At first, nothing happened.
The press didn't understand. So Fred Lazark told me the next day that he made a couple phone calls, and then the story started to break. And by 10 o'clock, the media was screaming for Dick Nixon's scalp.
August 8th, 1974. From the Oval Office, President Nixon addressed the nation for the last time as president.
Nixon announces he's going to resign. He says, I've never been a quitter. I'm not going to do this, but for the good of the nation, I've got to do that.
The next morning would bring one of the most poignant moments caught on film in the White House history.
August 9th, he says goodbye to the staff. We file into the East Room, very, very emotional. He's on the stage with his wife, his sons, his two daughters, and their spouses. He wears glasses for the first time in public. And it's a very emotional speech because he's saying to the staff, I'm leaving, but you must stay. You're going to stay for the good of the country. I was very upset because I thought he had caused all this because I misunderstood the smoking gun tape. But it turns out his family demanded to be there to support him. He was telling the staff, it ends when he says, you cannot hate your enemies because if you hate them, they win.
But those who hate you don't win unless you hate them. And then you destroy yourself.
And then the final moment, after a 2-year assault on a sitting president, Nixon left the White House for the last time.
Then he goes out, he gets on the South Lawn, we all file out. He gets on the helicopter and departs from the South Lawn, boards Air Force One at Andrews Air Force Base. And at some point over the nation, we guessed Wichita, Kansas, his one-line letter of resignation addressed to the Secretary of State takes effect, and he lands at El Toro Marine Base in Irvine, California, an ordinary citizen.
In 4 days, it was over. The smoking gun tape, though misunderstood, had accomplished what years of investigation, congressional hearings, and legal battles could not. But the constitutional crisis that began with due process violations would end with a pardon that ensured those violations would never be fully examined in a court of law. The system that was supposed to provide checks and balances had instead provided cover. And the lessons from this systematic assault on the Constitution would be forgotten until that playbook was used again. Nixon's presidency was over, but the drama of Watergate had 2 more acts. In September, President Gerald Ford pardoned Nixon, a very unpopular act that almost certainly cost him the 1976 presidential election, but is now widely considered to have been the right thing to do. The final act of Watergate, the cover-up trial, began on October 1st, 1974, and once again, the star at center stage was John Dean. But perhaps the most egregious manipulation of the judicial process was yet to come in the cover-up trial. The prosecutors and Judge Sirica had a problem. How do you convict Nixon's top aides when your star witness, the man at the center of the conspiracy, might appear to be getting off scot-free?
Well, it was a setup. John Dean's indictment was a complete setup and a lie created for the American people. You have to picture the times. Nixon had resigned. The Watergate cover-up trial was going to occur after his resignation, and they were going to be punishing Nixon's top staffs, but the jury might get the impression that John Dean, the heart of the wrongdoing, was going to walk free. So what they did was decide to indict him on a single count, single felony, obstruction of justice. Judge Sirica, by design or by advice, sentences him before the trial to 1 to 4 years in prison. So John Dean becomes the lead government witness. He's the lead witness at the beginning of the trial, and he's testifying from prison. He says, yes, I've been punished 1 to 4 years. These are my colleagues. I'm telling you, they were in on it with me. you should punish them too. It had the desired effect on the jurors. 3-month trial, they convicted Bob Haldeman, John Ehrlichman, and John Mitchell on all counts on January 1st, 1975. And 1 week later, Judge Sirica reduces John Dean's sentence, 1 to 4 years, to time served, which was only his time in confinement during the course of the trial. Then it turns out he was confined in a witness holding facility, not jail, a witness holding facility at Fort Holabird, Maryland. He had a room with an office off to the side. He had conjugal visits. He was driven almost a daily basis down to the prosecutor's offices during the day and worked on his books. And he said during other interviews when this came out, pretty tough, don't you think? It was a setup between the prosecutors and the judge and John Dean to fake the jurors and the American public that John Dean was actually being punished when he was hardly confined at all.
But Judge Sirica, having violated the due process rights of the Watergate burglary trial defendants by holding those ex parte meetings with journalist Mollenhoff ahead of the trial in which he would preside, now violated the due process rights of the cover-up trial defendants during the jury selection process. Remember, in that 1972 presidential election, McGovern took 78% of the vote in the District of Columbia to just 21% for Nixon. Meanwhile, Nixon had swept the nation, winning 49 of the 50 states and capturing over 500 electoral college votes. The district was an outlier electorate, fiercely hostile to the re-elected president and his administration.
Well, in the lead up to the cover-up trial, there had been a massive amount of adverse publicity. One of the appellate briefs claimed there was 52,000 column inches of adverse publicity. So the jury pool, it's taken from registered voters within the district. There was a great deal of fear that the jury pool had been poisoned. And the judge's job and the lawyers is to try to get unbiased jurors seated.
But instead of filtering out bias, Sirica actively protected it.
Well, Sirica wanted to make sure he kept control of the case. And the difficulty is all these jurors kept saying, I think they're guilty as hell. And he didn't want them to say that. So he said, do not respond. Do not volunteer. You must respond to the question I pose. And he would ask them if they knew anything about the trial, which of course they didn't know. They weren't lawyers. So he was not letting lawyers ask questions and was falsifying or not really trying to sort out whether jurors about to be seated had already formed an opinion.
Mitchell, Haldeman, Ehrlichman, and Mardian were all convicted. Mardian's conviction was reversed on appeal. Mitchell was sentenced on February 21st to 2.5 years to 8 years in prison by Judge Sirica and was disbarred from the practice of law in New York. He served 19 months in a federal prison before he was paroled. Haldeman was also sentenced to 2.5 to 8 years by Sirica. He served 18 months in a federal prison. Ehrlichman also sentenced to 2.5 to 8 years by Sirica and served 18 months in prison. Both Haldeman and Ehrlichman had asked Nixon for pardons prior to his own resignation, but he refused, a decision he later said he regretted. The smoking gun tape, August 5th, 1974. History tells us this was the moment that sealed Nixon's fate. the conversation where he allegedly orchestrated a cover-up by directing the CIA to block the FBI's investigation. The two men the FBI wanted to interview weren't shadowy operatives or criminal masterminds. They were Robert H. Allen, a Texas oil man whose $89,000 donation was laundered into the committee to re-elect the president, and Dwayne Andreas, whose $25,000 met the same fate. Campaign finance violations, not conspiracy to obstruct justice. Nixon's instruction to have the CIA contact the FBI did not stop the investigation. It delayed those two interviews by exactly 1 week. Yet this became the evidence that toppled the presidency. For someone who was there, who lived through those impossible final days, could it have ended differently? Was there a path forward for Nixon as president?
There are many possible avenues of exit from the disaster that was Watergate. It begins a long time before the dramatic end. I violently opposed hiring Gordon Liddy onto the White House staff. I had known him when I worked at Treasury. I felt he was uncontrollable and the wrong person to be on the White House staff. I didn't argue strongly enough. He got hired. Events followed. What would have happened differently? Nixon could have refused to resign. It was disastrous. He could have refused to release the tape, and his lawyers would have resigned. That was the threat they held over him. He could have refused to resign anyway, but it was pretty rocky. I thought he should resign. I misunderstood the tape, but I thought he should resign. Impeachment was certain before the House of Representatives. He was told by the visiting members of Congress on Tuesday, the 6th, it was Barry Goldwater, Johnny Rhodes, and Senator Hugh Scott of Pennsylvania, that the upcoming election, the by-elections, would be a disaster if he didn't resign, and that in the Senate, remember, the House impeaches, the Senate holds a trial. Impeachment in the House was certain. Conviction by the Senate was near certain. It was pretty bleak. And I think Nixon was a beaten man. His friends had turned on him. His lawyers had disserved him. But from the very beginning, John Dean had disserved him. Elliot Richardson had disserved him. Fred Bizarre had disserved him. And he really was a man, with the exception of his family, it was a man alone. I would hate to have been under the pressure that he was under. I think in retrospect, most of it false. All the accusations, all the campaign finance obligations, I mean, what the special prosecutor promised at the beginning to investigate every single allegation of wrongdoing lodged against his administration since they took office. Nobody has been subject to that kind of pressure until possibly recently with President Trump.
The deep state machinations that took down Republican President Richard Nixon in 1974 have grown and evolved in the subsequent half-century. The corrupted legal system of partisan federal judges and partisan prosecutors of the 1970s that denied basic due process rights to Richard Nixon and dozens of Watergate defendants metastasized into the even more diabolical federal, state, and local legal system of the Biden era. Weaponized lawfare against Republican President Donald Trump and his MAGA supporters. That playbook is playing out even now, as we see from the documents released by DNI Tulsi Gabbard that show former President Barack Obama was behind the so-called Russia hoax. Trump survived those deep state attacks and now thrives in his second term as one of the most consequential presidents in American history, in part because he had several advantages over Nixon. The mainstream media, once a monolith of left-wing liberal Democrat views, has fragmented, challenged now by conservative voices of influence, beginning with talk radio, expanding into news media like the Fox News Channel, Breitbart News, the Daily Wire, and our own Tennessee Star. Trump is a wealthy man, a billionaire, with more financial staying power to fund legal defenses than middle-class Richard Nixon. And Trump, though controversial in some of his policies, is at his core a man of empathy, comfortable in his own skin, with an easy and affable way with people. He has a long history of many friendships, though not all of those friendships have stood the test of time. In the end, Richard Nixon stood as a man alone, abandoned by all but his own family members and a handful of staffers. And there was just not enough gas in the tank to survive all the attacks. It is time for the verdict of history on Richard Nixon to be reversed on appeal in the court of public opinion. From guilty because we hate him to not guilty because the deep state cheated and denied him and his staff their due process rights. That's it for this edition of Michael Patrick Leahy Investigates. We'll see you next time.
All right, Patriots. I thought that was pretty interesting. You think you know a lot about all these presidents, but they basically all have an alternate story and alternate life, especially the ones after Kennedy, it seems. So far, the second part of the JFK Jr. doc's not up yet. It'll be up tomorrow. I don't want to movie everyone out. So I'm going to put on one more short thing, and then we'll wrap up. I don't know. I haven't looked at this yet. It's another Saving Israel for Last video, so we'll see if it's any good.
The state of Israel was born to be a safe place for the Jewish people of the world. That's why it was born. I've long said, if Israel didn't exist, we'd have to invent it. While it may not feel that way today, Israel must again be a safe place for the Jewish people.
The Jews, I call them Jews to you because they're known as Jews. I don't call them Jews. I refer to them as so-called Jews because I know what they are, and I can prove that. The Eastern European Jews, who form 92% of the world's population of those people who call themselves Jews, were originally Khazar. They were a warlike tribe that lived deep in the heart of Asia. And they were so warlike that even the Asiatics drove them out of Asia into Eastern Europe. And to reduce this so you don't get too confused about the history of Eastern Europe, they set up this big Khazar kingdom, 800,000 square miles. Only there was no Russia, there were no other countries, and the Khazar kingdom was the biggest country in all Europe. So big and so powerful that when the other monarchs wanted to go to war, the Khazars would loan them 40,000 soldiers. That's how big and powerful they were. Now, they were phallic worshippers. Now, it was their religion, the way it was the religion of many other pagans or barbarians elsewhere in the world. Now, the king became so disgusted with the degeneracy of his kingdom that he decided to adopt a so-called monotheistic faith, either Christianity, Islam, the Muslim faith, or what is known today as Judaism, really Talmudic. So, like spinning a top, he said, eeny, meeny, miny, moe, and he picked out so-called Judaism. And he opened up synagogues and schools in his kingdom of 800,000 square miles, and maybe 10 to 20 million people, and they became what we call Jews. There wasn't one of them that ever had an ancestor that ever put a toe in the Holy Land, not alone in Old Testament history, but back to time, the beginning of time. Not one of them. That is the foundation of all the misery that has befallen the world.
In today's tough economic times, money stresses can really be overwhelming.
Yeah, but help is on the way. Author Christine Eckert is here to show us some exercises to reduce stress. Hi, Christine.
Good morning.
Hi, Jim and Tracy. Christine, I'm so glad you're here. I'm about ready to snap.
She is.
The first thing we're going to learn about is problem visualization.
Okay.
It's a simple method for reducing stress by assigning an image to represent your anxiety.
Well, that sounds simple enough.
Okay, the first thing I like to do is imagine my money-related stress as the most disgusting, terrifying creature I can think of.
Okay.
To imagine an ugly, greasy little creature with a hooked nose and oily black hair.
Oh, he is scary.
I call him the Grabbler because he's a greedy little monster who wants to grabble up all my money.
Ooh.
Now close your eyes and picture the Grabbler.
Okay, there he
Now
is.
think of all the problems your Grabbler is causing. He invented interest rates like the ones on your credit card.
Oh.
He's taking the jobs because Grabblers only hire their own kind.
I just want to get rid of
Now
him.
imagine the Grabbler slowly disintegrating like a pile of ashes blown away by a purifying wind. And now you're in a peaceful meadow full of lilies swaying in a gentle breeze. They're not scheming or trying to rob me.
Oh, well, that really worked.
The whole thing, the whole Greater Israel plan, it operates on two essential things. It's to survive, Israel must become the imperial regional power, and it must affect the division of the entire area around it into smaller states. They stir up sectarian hatred, they divide the whole place into smaller states, and then all these smaller states are fighting each other, and so that kind of legitimizes Israel's existence because it appears to be the only stable force in the area when it's the one who's gone and destabilized the whole thing. Now, what Chris said about the two stripes on the flag, this is exactly right. The Nile and the Euphrates, it's just a plan for Greater Israel. And it includes Syria, it includes Jordan, it includes the top of Saudi Arabia, half of Iraq, parts of Lebanon. This has been the plan for the whole time, and this is why they've gone in there and done things the way they have. It's all part of the Greater Israel Project. And even there was another document that was called Israel's Sacred Terrorism. It was written by a man called Livia Rakash. And it's based on the memoirs of Moshe Sharett, former Prime Minister of Israel. And it basically outlines the 1978 invasion of Lebanon to a T. It's exactly what they did, and it's kind of a smaller, condensed version of this Yinon plan. And the Yinon plan was also outlined by, way back as far as Theodore Herzl. I mean, this has been going on for a long time.
This scenario is borne out by none other than Prime Minister David Ben-Gurion, one of the great founders of Israel. Recorded in an astonishing article in Look magazine, Ben-Gurion predicted that a one-world system presided over by Jerusalem will be set up in the near future. All continents will become united in a world alliance at whose disposal will be an international police force. All armies will be abolished, and there will be no more war. In Jerusalem, the United Nations, a truly united nations, will build a shrine of the prophets to serve the federated union of all continents. This will be the seat of the Supreme Court of mankind, to settle all controversies among the federated continents as prophesied by Isaiah.
What we're dealing with here, look, when you look at the whole Khazar Empire, that's who these people are. They're Khazars, and they've basically hijacked everything. They've infiltrated into Christianity, they've infiltrated into Judaism, they've probably even infiltrated into Islam. infiltrated into everything. This is where you've got Christian Zionists, you've got Jewish Zionists, you've got this whole sort of mottled empire that's sort of all over the world. It's infiltrated everywhere. And they're using basically what's outlined, the supremacist ideology that's outlined in the Jewish faith. They're using this to construct their New World Order. And these people believe they're the chosen people. These Khazars are more zealous about following these ideologies than the actual Jews are, but none of them actually believe in God. They're creating this whole tense situation everywhere to break everything up, to collapse everything, collapse all the economies, collapse Europe, collapse Russia, collapse everything, and create this empire of chaos with this one bastion of control in the middle, which will be Greater Israel. That's the plan. But it's run by the Khazars. And I would suggest that even the British royal family are probably related to these Khazars in some way. I mean, it all seems to go back to this empire. All the research that I've done over the years, going back through Hebrew lines and going back looking at what happened in Egypt and so many things, this Khazar history is the most hidden history and the most repressed history anywhere. You know, it's all about merging all of the races on the planet together. This is why we've got such an infiltration of foreign races into Europe at the moment, which is all being run by Jewish advisors to all of these countries. You know? And it's weird. You say to stuff, oh, you're blaming the Jews for everything, you're anti-Semitic. Well, hang on, I'm just looking at the situation, and you look and you go, well, these people, they just happen to all be Jews. Is this a coincidence? And then you look at the Greater Israel plan, and you look at the whole doctrine of the Jews as God's chosen and Goyim, and you say, well, here it all is. And Sisi, he's serving British and Israeli interests like to a T. He's doing just as bad, even more damage to Gaza than Israel, because these are Arab brothers. These should be supporting these people. And he's closed all the borders off, like you say, he's bulldozed all those homes. He's even thinking of digging a moat, as I was saying before, so they can't possibly dig any tunnels because they'd have the weight of water above them. There's no way they'd be able to do any smugglers' tunnels. Like I said, they're turning Gaza into a super maximum prison. It's being done right in front of the rest of the world. So Sisi is absolutely serving their interests. But, I mean, Bashar Assad, I mean, I don't think he was installed. I think he was kind of a reluctant leader. He came to power and didn't really want to have the position that he's got. And his country's been devastated because he wouldn't bow to the Zionist control system. This whole ISIS thing, I mean, ISIS is sprung out of nowhere exactly when Israel needed it. It's paved the way for Western intervention to go and carpet bomb the whole Arab world. So, I mean, who's controlling this? They're saying they're Muslim extremists. They're not Muslim extremists at all. They're killing Muslim people. They're killing women and children. All of these things that are banned by the Quran. They say if you do this, then you go to hell for all eternity. So obviously they're not religious extremists. They're just extremists. I mean, I would suggest that ISIS probably stands for Israeli Secret Intelligence Services. It's just a new boogeyman because bin Laden had run out of steam, Al-Qaeda had run out of steam. But ultimately it's all a product of the West anyway. These are the same people that they had in Libya, the same people in Syria.
Follow the leads, put the troops in, and play this. Look, ISIS got started through funding from our friends and allies.
So with the additional steps I ordered last month, we're speeding up training of ISIL forces, including volunteers from Sunni tribes in Anbar province. So with the additional steps I ordered last month, we're speeding up training of ISIL forces, including volunteers from Sunni tribes in Anbar province.
done nothing wrong ever in my life.
I know this. And I love you.
I love you too, Daddy. Money, please! My money.
What role in the Middle East again does Israel play in this?
Israel was created as the instrument to bring about the Battle of Armageddon and the fulfillment of prophecy, a war that will be so terrible, where nuclear weapons will be used, so that the American citizens and the other people in the world will get down on their knees and beg for no more war. And what is the answer to that? They're going to be told the only way we can guarantee no more war is if we destroy the sovereignty of nations and we come together as one humanity in a one world government.
Right.
Now I'm telling you, unless the American people wake up and stop it, starting in about 1996, the Battle of Armageddon will become a reality.
So every celebrity,
go ahead.
Every celebrity has Jewish people in their contract. This is not hate speech. This is the truth. And these people, if you say anything out of the line with the agenda, then your career could be over.
Listen,
so
I hear you. You made that point.
Why do you keep on cutting off my point?
Because the point is
sir.
because
why do you keep? Why?
Yeah,
no, sir.
Here's why.
Don't cut me off, sir. Respect.
I
my point.
listened to it. You've made it several times.
No, I'm not finished, sir.
I understand, but you said it several times.
I'm not
and
finished,
it is
sir.
an
But my
ugly
people haven't
thought.
heard me. My people, they need to hear. They need to hear me saying out loud what the truth is. There's a bunch of people in Hollywood that are actors, that play basketball, that play sports, that are in music, that know what I'm saying, that feel what I'm saying, and they're happy that I'm saying what I'm saying. It's not a contract.
Go to jail because the police here, 99% conviction rate. Shut up.
We don't do anything illegal. You cannot take us to jail. If you are not involved, please go. Shalom, my friend. We bless you.
You're in my country.
You come to the United States, you can say whatever you want to say. That is a free world, yes?
You're not in the United States. You're in Israel.
I understand.
You cannot say whatever you want to say here.
Yes, you can. It's legal. It is legal to preach about Yeshua. We preach at Damascus Gate. The police said it's okay. We preach at Jaffa Gate. The police say it's okay. Please stop. I respect you. Respect me.
He doesn't have to respect you.
Huh?
Doesn't have to respect you.
That is the right thing. Are you Jewish? Do you want to honor God? That is the godly thing to do. We respect one another.
The godly thing to do is to kill you.
The godly thing is to kill me.
That's right. That's what the Torah says.
The Torah says to kill us.
The Torah says that people who worship idols such as yourself, when there is a Sanhedrin,
to kill us.
Yes.
Okay.
That's what the Torah says.
So we know how the Jewish people feel about Christians, yes? That you discriminate against Christians.
Christians are idol.
I just want to say this to our Christian friends, you know, just to call it as it is and say it straight out, you know, you guys are worshiping one Jew. That's a mistake. You should be worshiping every single one of us because we all die for your sins every single day. And that's exactly what's going on here. We're all God's firstborn and we're dying for your sins right now.
מה שאני לא מבין זה כל הגויים הם איך קוראים? בהמות. בהמות? אם אין להם ציבור.
עכשיו, הגויים השם, כן? אלוקים עשה אותם בשביל שיעשו פה...
בשביל לשרת את היהודים. כל הגויים שאתה רואה שיש בעולם, המיליארדים האלה, הם הכל רק בשביל שהיהודים יהיה להם איזה תועלת.
עכשיו,
אנחנו לא רואים את זה, אנחנו לא יודעים בדיוק.
היות ואנחנו בגלות, אז אוטומטי עדיין הם עוד לא משרתים אותנו לגמרי, רק חלקית.
כל אחד יהיה לו, כשמשיח יבוא, אז כל אחד יהיה לו אלפים עבדים, 2,800 עבדים.
בינתיים המשיח לא כאן, אז איך הם משרתים אותנו?
הם בונים לנו רכבים, דירות, בניינים, הם בונים את זה. למה?
כמו שאותו אימר שמעון, אותו אחד מייסד הנצרות, אותו אחד מה שקורה איתו למעלה עכשיו מאוד הגמרא בגיטמו זלמות שם הגמרא, דנים אותו בצואה רותחת, חבילה של צואה, של פסולת שיוצא מהקיבה של בני אדם, וחתולים וכלבים וערבים ונמרים, רותחת, מבערה, שם שמים אותו, שם הוא נענש לרתו עוד רגע. זה לא הבאתם, כל הכנסיות, כל הצלבים שלהם, הצלב הגדול הזה על הארו בברזיל, מתפוצץ לבסיסים, לכל העולם, וכולם יראו את זה. כולם יראו את זה, ולהוציא את השקר של כולם החוצה, את השקר של הנצרות הזאת החוצה, שבשם כביכול בורא עולם, בשם כביכול יש כתפיים רחבות לוקח את העוונות של כולם, שכולם את העוונות של כולם הוא ייקח, שזה לכולכם תודה כי יראו לכם את העוונות שאתם של גנדל. איזה שטויות, כמה דפר בן אדם יכול להיות, כמה סתום בלום, כמה דביל ומפגר, אין מילים בעבירות, בן אדם יכול להיות בשביל להאמין לשטות המפגרת הזאת.
בסדר לירוק על נוצרים.
עליהם ממש? לא יודע, אני יורק על הרצפה, אולי אם אני רואה צלב, אם אני רואה נוצרי לבד. אתה
כן?
אני יורק על הרצפה, זה מגעיל אותי.
למה? תופר?
למה? כי נצרות זה משהו זה נגד היהודים משהו.
אם הם עובדי עבודה זרה, אז אנחנו צריכים למוס בהם ולשקט אותם ולרמוס אותם ובעיקרון גם להרוג אותם, כי הרי גוי חייב בשבע מצוות בלי נוח, ואם הוא לא מקיים את זה צריך להרוג אותו. אבל...
אתה תהרוג מישהו?
אם הייתי יכול, הייתי מאוד שמח לעשות את זה, אבל אין לנו בית דין, אז אנחנו לא יכולים לעשות את זה.
אני מאמין שהאלוהים שלי הוא חלק מאיש, אז צריך להרוג אותו. מי שמזלזל באלוהים שלי, אז אני אהרוג אותו.
אז זה לא, אבל זה תפקיד שלכם, להרוג או לרעוק, זה לא התפקיד של אלוקים?
לא, השם אומר לנו מה לעשות.
תפקידה בעולם זה לעשות טוב, לגרום שהעולם יהיה נקי.
כן.
אז כל בן אדם שיאמין באיזה בן זונה אחד.
אבל איזה כתוב? אבל איפה זה כתוב?
איפה זה כתוב בגמרא? אתה רוצה להביא גמרא? אנחנו יכולים להביא גמרא ולראות.
אבל מישהו שעובר שהוא נוצרי, הוא לא עושה את זה יום יום.
זה ממש כמו יריקה בפרצוף, הוא נמצא כאן בבית של אלוקים, והוא בא ויורק עליו, הוא מתייחס אליו בצורה שגויה ביותר, בצורה שזה ממש כמו יריקה. לכן זה ממש...
זה שהם קיימים.
אני לא נכנס עכשיו, אני לא אם צריך ירוק או לא צריך ירוק, אבל עצם זה שבן אדם בא נכנס, אז הוא נכנס, זה כמו שהוא יורק לאבא שלך בפרצוף.
אבל הוא חי פה.
זה לא משנה. עכשיו...
You know, Muslims believe Jesus is a prophet. So I'd be more comfortable with Muslims in power than these Talmudic, rabbinical Jews that believe Jesus is in hell. It's just logical, obviously. If Muslims see Jesus as a prophet and Talmudic Jews think Jesus is in hell, who do I want in power? Well, obviously Christians. And if I had to choose between the people that see Christ as a prophet and see Christ as burning in hell and his mother's a whore and so on, what do you think it's going to be? But who are we as conservatives conditioned to hate? Muslims. We're conditioned to hate Muslims. By who? The people that are fighting them in Israel, the Jews. Why do we start hating Muslims the last 20 years? It's because the Israelis want us to hate Muslims. The Zionists want us to hate Muslims because they're fighting the Muslims in Lebanon and Palestine. And they fought them in 56, and they fought them in 67 and 73 and 48. And they fought him in Lebanon in the 80s. And they fought him in the two intifadas as well. So why are we supposed to hate Muslims? Why are we supposed to hate Muslim people and the Muslim Brotherhood? Oh, yeah, because they all went to war against Israel 4 times, or were at war with Israel 4 times in the last 70 years. Now, Jews, when they want to achieve their ends in politics, do they go and say, hey, we should go to war in Iraq? No, they don't say that. Do they go out and say, hey, I think that, you know, it would be good for Israel if the United States took out Saddam Hussein, and here's why, you know, maybe that would be good for America too. No, they don't do that.
Call 911! How can you do that to a man in a wheelchair?
I was in panic and then I tried to get up, but lucky thing someone was there.
Felt like a vengeful vibe to me because for the extent of the situation, there was no need for it.
When he hit me with a big piece of bench, I had to block it twice. So that's why my hand was in pain.
Okay, friends, these are Jewish people performing a sacrifice ritual kosher way. Okay, these are their symbols. They're on all your foods. I want you to go look. Here's some more symbols I've posted here. Go look on all your condiments and foods. This is halal. They put this all into the world. You know, they pray on this food, and they put it out to the world for people to consume and eat. So these are the prayers that they say they don't do, but they actually do, and they put them all over your food. And this is my own food in my own fridge and pantry. So I took some pictures here for you to all see. They're everywhere. They're in your vanilla, they're in your corn syrup. I don't understand why Jewish people got to be in my salt or in my, paprika, but they got to be, So this is a coalition of rabbis, in my tomatoes. I got Jews hiding in my cream, hiding in my pickles, hiding in my relish. Why is a Jew in my maple syrup? It's made by a tree, but it just makes no sense to me. But I understand what's going on very clearly. And here's some Bible verses. We're not supposed to be eating this stuff by these people. Do you think these people are holy and they should be blessing your food? Look what they're doing. This is insane. I'm not listening to this. This is crazy. This is food sacrificed to idols. These people are put in the corner because they're bad people.
The value of every Jew count like many, many other goyim in his spiritual value. Even you take righteous goyim and you put them compared to one righteous Jew, one Jew can be equal like thousands of righteous goyim if you put them on a scale spiritually.
With her after she was 3, and again on Adam. Now, if we say that the hymen gets ruptured and it regrows if it got ruptured before she was 3, and it grows back right away, so we understand what happened. He saw dam when he had a relation with her under 3. Psulim. She sees dam again after 3. What is it from? Psulim. Under 3, there's no hymen or it's not ruptured. It only happens el la'achar gimel. So really, what we're focusing in is not the fact that he had a relation with her after she was 3. If a man has a relation with a girl under 3 and she sees dam, that's the nafkamina. If it doesn't rupture before she's 3 years old and she had dam after the relation, is a raya that this is dam nida. Because before 3, it's not halachically an act of cohabitation. But nevertheless, before 3, is a dam sulam or is a dam nida? Is dam sulam, what is that? Nothing. Neither to her. And if it's dam nida, then she's nida and he's...
It would be dam sulam both times.
Correct. Today we have a doctor here. What's the mitzias? The fact that it grows back, it means that something changes. There's some change after 3. It means it grows back before 3. It doesn't grow back after 3.
Everything grows very fast.
But after 3, the chal doesn't grow back.
Is there though?
1 second, Dr. Dani. Afterward, the Torah is saying that a man has a relation with a girl, God forbid, after 3. God forbid, after 3. Once she's 3 years old, then her psulim will never grow back. She will lose her psulim. If a man has a relation with a girl under 3, it's going to either it never ruptured or it was going to grow back. Now she's 3 years old. Someone had a relation with her. That's it. It's ruptured. If a man has a relation with a girl under 3, it's as if someone takes a finger and pokes it in the eye. It's like when you put a finger in the eye. As long as the finger is in the eye tears, and it tears, and it tears again. That's the pshat. That tearing meaning here, they'll be bleeding. And if a man has a relation, to act with a girl under 3, she's going to bleed. But then it's going to grow back. And if he has a relation with her...
Anyone that does that deserves to die. Oh, Christ. wild. We'll see. We'll see what happens with Israel. It's all in God's hands in the end. He'll take care of it. Anyway, folks, that's all we're going to do tonight. It's kind of a slow weekend so far, but we'll see. Maybe things will pick up tomorrow. But I appreciate you guys hanging around with me. Nonetheless, so we do what we can. Better enjoy the slow days. I have a feeling there won't be many more of those for a while. Just a guess. Anyway, I'm out of here, folks. I'm tired. I appreciate you so much. I love you so much. I hope you have a good night, and I'll see you tomorrow. God bless you, Patriots.